raid for the violation of pharmaceutical laws.
Get their cell phones.
Sir.
Public Prosecutor's Office.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Sazaki. How are you?
You're early. How many boxes?
This makes 20 so far.
We've only got 2 days.
Normal people can't read that fast, Mr. Sazaki.
We have to, or else we won't be able to finish. Do you have any idea how many boxes we seized? 700.
Don't say anything! That just makes it worse. Reading is tedious work. It's awful.
I can hear you. Fumio, what's the accused crime in the Agras case?
Violating pharmaceutical law.
Be specific.
A ban on false advertising of Agras, their new drug. Japan's superior requested several universities to provide fake data that made the drug seem more effective than it really was.
That's right. So we have to find proof that they paid off these 4 universities. Look, Fumio, by reading all this, it takes you closer to the truth one step at a time. It's like a ruler for justice.
Yeah, I know. So am I right? Then this is correct.
Breaking news. Headquarters of Japan's Superi, a pharmaceutical company, was raided yesterday.
Oh, it's on
Tokyo
TV.
District Public Prosecutor's Office team reported they're investigating the company for false advertising of their new drug, Agras. Next up, there are only 20 days left until the Shiniki mayoral election.
They didn't give it much coverage, did they?
It's an illegal kickback from a pharmaceutical company. Most people wouldn't be interested in the story.
One candidate is no stranger to the political landscape. Secretary General Ruichiro Nomaru's announcement.
Everyone seems to be focused on the election.
They're almost done choosing the candidates.
Someday I wish I could handle a corrupt political case. I will defeat evil in my dreams.
Well, you're enthusiastic.
Mr. Morinaga. I apologize.
Fumio, the work we perform here is fundamentally the same, no matter what the case is.
I won't forget, sir.
So, making progress on the Agras case?
I am. Japan's superior isn't sophisticated enough to hide evidence prior to investigating. It's a matter of time.
I see. Well then, since the Ministry of Health is the accuser, it's safe to assume there's illegal activity. All right, continue working on it.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm gonna be late again. Yeah, okay. Say hi to Asuma for me.
How old is Asuma?
He's already 7. Ah, thank you.
So, can you tell? They're different beans.
I like the old ones better.
You're so picky, Mr. Sazaki. You know that? Did you spill some?
Huh?
There's a stain.
This isn't a new stain.
Is something wrong?
This is a blood stain.
What? Are you serious? Holy Rafaela Medical School. It's not one of the 4. Clinical tests of Seirin, a sleeping pill. The doctor in charge was Shin Inaba.
A piece of hair.
What?
There are also fingernails. Is this skin?
That dark area at the bottom. It looks like letters. Is that the letter F? What do you think it could mean?
Well, whatever the case, the person who wrote this wasn't mentally stable.
I'm from the Tokyo Public Prosecutor's Office.
Oh, Dr. Inaba, correct? Please wait a moment then.
It seems unrelated to the Agras case.
We don't know that for sure.
Excuse me? Associate Professor Inaba has been off since yesterday, it seems.
This is it. Doesn't seem like he's home.
Fumio.
Huh? Classical music?
We're going in.
But sir, don't we need a warrant?
I have one.
Okay then. It's so loud in there.
Mr. Inaba, are you there? I'm opening the door. Mr. Inaba!
Hi, Mr. Kujin.
Sorry.
All good. A visit from Mr. Seisaki and Fumio. Well, it looks like you stumbled into another strange crime scene. So, tell me, how much information are you able to give me this time?
Everything. There's something weird about this case. I want to cooperate with the police for this investigation.
Great. Well then I say let's begin. First I'll explain the results of our inspection.
It was an anesthesia overdose?
It was. Inaba was connected to a general anesthesia machine used for surgery. The machine was set to increase the amount of anesthetic gradually as time went on. But there was something peculiar about it. The time that it was set to reach the lethal dose.
30 hours? That means it was a suicide, right? If it was a murder, the murderer wouldn't have given him so much time.
But then, why would he choose an uncertain way of killing himself? He could stop.
You're right. He could stop.
Would that hold up as evidence?
Well, I can't say for certain, but I think they'll probably handle it as a suicide. There were no traces of physical violence on his body or in the room. They even found a will. There was nothing unusual written in it, though. Well, that's where we are right now.
Also, seems there was a couple. They visited often, starting about 2 months ago. But as of now, we know only the name of the male. Tomokazu Ano.
Let's start the investigation from there. Is that everything then?
It's not. There's something else.
Oh, I see. In this case, looks like it could get pretty dark.
Discover anything?
Yes, a few things. I got the results for the piece of hair you gave me. The blood and skin stuck to it. Both samples belong to Inaba.
I see.
The couple that always visited Inaba? We still don't know who the woman is. All we have on her is the security camera footage. Now, Are you ready for this? It's big.
Tell me it's the man's identity.
Yes. We've confirmed it's Tomokazu Anno, 66 years old. He's a Diet member's secretary. And for an important one, an ex-member of the House of Representatives, the Secretary General of the Liberal Justice Party.
Ruichiro Nomaru's private secretary.
Thank you for all of your support today. We really appreciate it. And now, please give your support to Secretary General Nomaru.
So, Nomaru, you say? And at such a time like this, tricky. The citizens of Shiniki have all their focus turned on electing the next mayor right now. If the leading candidate ends up getting arrested, it would be a huge scandal that would go down in history. Are you ready to bear the burden of responsibility for that?
Yes.
I guess I didn't have to ask you. I feel there's more to this suicide than meets the eye, too. However, we're not at the point where we can act on it. Luckily, we have enough people on the Agras case. Work on the suicide with just you and Fumio.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you know this, but don't slack off on your reports. Use the utmost care with this. Remember, what we're fighting against here is evil itself.
This is Shiniki, an independent city that is being developed in the western part of Tokyo. Shiniki was established to mitigate the effects of over-centralization in Tokyo. It was granted a greater level of authority than that of the other core and designated cities. It can be classified as the second Tokyo for all practical purposes. But this is terrible. It seems even worse than the Agras case.
That's right.
Well, if Nomaru was involved with Inaba's suicide, then it must be related to the election.
We don't know that for sure. We keep doing the groundwork just like before.
Right. Also, we received security footage from the school.
I can't see her features from this angle.
You're right.
I'm going to tell Kuchin to continue investigating Inaba. I'm going to look into Anno.
Okay, then I'll look into the campaign office.
Thanks.
Hey, Zen. You know, I am so happy to be able to hang out with the person who's been my best friend ever since our college days. Right, Zen?
I need a favor.
Ignoring what I said? And I don't do favors for people. You know public prosecutors and journalists aren't supposed to be in contact, don't you?
We're not a public prosecutor and a journalist. We're...
best friends.
No problem, then.
The private secretary for Nomaru, who's running in the mayoral election, contacted a doctor from a university hospital. The doctor later died a suspicious death and an apparent suicide, right before the election. This smells like bad news.
What do you think?
Well... these are the latest stats for the election. The frontrunner is Ruichiro Nomaru, of course. However, it's possible that Aosaka the celebrity or Itsuki the youngest candidate could pull out ahead. I'm sure Nomaru's campaign team is doing everything they can just to be safe.
Yeah.
With all that's going on with the election right now, his secretary still paid visits to that associate professor from the university.
Weird, right?
It is weird. You want me to go investigate Nomaru, don't you?
Yeah.
And I can't write a story on it.
That's right.
You know something, man? Do you have any idea just how crazy you sound right now?
But...
We're best friends, and I'll do it.
Thank you, then.
There's less than 2 weeks left until the Shiniki mayoral election. Now On to other news. Early afternoon today at
Ano is leaving.
Station,
He's in his car.
a dog was seen.
She's young.
That's not the same woman. Not only that, she's a girl. Mr. Seizuki.
That's the president of the Construction Contractors Federation, Shinzo Chijima.
So that means he's the head of a huge voting bloc in Tokyo. What should we do?
You go follow Chijima.
Right.
Fumio! Good. What's the situation?
Chijima and the girl entered a hotel.
Right.
If we go and tell the hotel who we are, then we can catch them.
Not now.
So you're going to let them get away with it? This is obviously prostitution, right? They're using that girl to get votes from the Construction Contractors Federation.
You can't separate politics from money, and you can't separate
Yes, I know
sex.
that already. I get that, sir. But it's happening right in front of us. Doesn't it frustrate you, Mr. Seizuki?
Fumio, you're right. It's a violation of election law. But they've done this hundreds of times behind the scenes. They've learned the way of doing things. Even if one of them ended up dying, they just make a lower-ranked guy the scapegoat. We won't let people like them get away with it. Nomaru is surrounded by professionals. It won't be easy to take them down. However, I think I've found a way.
What do you mean?
That girl is an amateur. She's not doing it for a living.
If we can get her to testify, then we can charge Nomaru.
Yes, however, it won't be easy. If she refuses to cooperate with the investigation and tells Nomaru, then it's all over. Keep it quiet for now, Fumio, so that we can stop them for sure.
Mr. Seizuki, you're actually a passionate person.
Don't underestimate me.
Oh yeah, I just remembered it now.
What?
I remember that public prosecutors are allies of justice.
How'd it go?
I asked the guys covering politics, but they didn't find any recent stories related to the Construction Contractors Federation.
I see.
I bet Nomaru offered the Federation something tempting enough to make them bite, but to be honest, I'm not sure what it was.
Got it. Sorry to bother you so late.
No problem. See ya.
What does being a public prosecutor mean to you, Mr. Seizuki?
That's random. Why do you ask?
Well, it's just that I didn't mean anything by it. I've just been wanting to hear your answer.
Do you want to be a prosecutor?
What? Well, I just thought that,
You're serious, right? If you are, then work hard. Become the prosecutor you wish to be.
Yes. Oh, so what was your answer then, Mr. Seizuki?
That goes without saying. To me, it means upholding justice and protecting people.
They're going to conclude.
Based on the circumstances, it was a suicide.
So Seizuki, did Fumio commit suicide?
No way. He had no reason to. Fumio was murdered.
Do you think it's related to Shin Inaba's death?
Definitely.
Seizuki, you must get to the bottom of this. However, act more cautiously than before. Never act alone.
Mr. Morinaga, would it be alright if I borrowed this for now?
Just don't lose it.
Right. Miss Emiko Hiramatsu, I will be asking you a few questions now. Some of these questions may be redundant. If that happens, then please answer the question with the same response one more time. Do you understand? Then we shall begin. Is Emiko Hiramatsu your real birth name?
Zen Seizuki. Your name? Meaning just and good.
Is something wrong with my name?
No. I just wondered what your parents were thinking when they gave you that name. That's all.
Please just answer the question. Is Emiko Hiramatsu your real name?
Yes.
It looks like a will.
There were no traces of violence anywhere, and no fingerprints other than Fumio's in the place. There is no doubt Fumio was the only person there. That idiot. He should have put himself in the investigator's shoes.
That's asking too much of Fumio. Though he wasn't the type of guy who would just choose to kill himself. Let's find who did this, and do it together.
Yeah.
Well then, let's get to the point. I've put together the pieces Fumio left behind. I asked the company that manages the apartment where that girl Fumio followed lives, and got some info on the tenants. But there's something peculiar about this too.
What?
The apartment was under the name of Yoshiyuki Fukuyama, which, I found out, he's a member of a political supporters group.
So then, Nomaru's campaign team rented that apartment under the group's name so that girl was able to live there.
You'd think so, but it's not.
It's not?
It's not. He's a member of Kaika Itsuki's group.
Wait a minute, hold on. Itsuki is running against Nomaru in the mayoral election, right? Does that mean that the girl was living in an apartment rented by Itsuki's team, and that she was taken out by Ano from Nomaru's team?
That's what it looks like.
This isn't just a deal for securing votes. Buying votes with sex, two suspicious deaths. The candidates are connected behind the scenes.
This case? It's perfect for the special investigations.
Yeah, but we can't follow this girl anymore. If Fumio really was killed by them the other night, then they very well might know about us.
You're right.
She can't be the only one. If Ano really is offering women to powerful men, then I'm sure just one wouldn't be enough. In fact, he brought another woman with him when he visited the university.
You're right. I'm sure he has other women.
Let's start from here.
Right. By the way, Mr. Sezaki, I seized Professor Inaba's computer. The one from the university.
What's your relationship with Mr. Tomokazu Ano?
Relation?
Yes.
Relation? Well, he's an acquaintance of my grandma.
Have you known him for a long time?
No, not that long. I met him for the very first time when I moved here to Tokyo. About 2 years ago?
Have you been seeing him on a regular basis?
He showed me some nice apartments when I moved here, and I suppose he also takes me out to eat from time to time. And he gave me some clothes. They were expensive. I wasn't sure I should accept.
Miss Hiramatsu, how come Mr. Ano always seemed to treat you so nicely?
How come?
Yes.
How come? Well, maybe it's because I'm his friend's granddaughter.
Let me ask you a different question. Are you now living in one of the apartments that he showed you earlier?
Yes. Mr. Ano owns the room I'm in. He told me he doesn't need any rent.
Why does he do so much for you?
Well, I suppose he's a really nice person.
Let me ask a different question. What were you doing on September 23rd? And where were you? Mr. Mitomi, I sent the computer to DF just now. Can you analyze it?
I already turned it on.
Thanks for your help.
It's a typical doctor's computer. There's quite a bit of data from experiments and clinical trials. However, there's one file that's been encoded with strong encryption.
What is it?
I'm not sure, but a doctor normally wouldn't use this level of security.
Can you crack the file?
It'll take some time. 2 weeks.
Fine, just let me know.
There's only 1 week left until the Shiniki mayoral election. The candidates' political speeches are now underway and are starting to heat up.
I will develop Shiniki into the second Tokyo. Though it be pointless to develop it the same way as Tokyo, Shiniki must realize it's a new region, just as its name blatantly states that it is. Shiniki should surpass Tokyo as a city.
On the other hand, at Hashimoto Station,
what the new region needs is the strength that only the newer generation can bring with it. Our future and that of the region rests on the shoulders of the new generation.
Zen, we're making our move tomorrow.
The future will be built by you, not by any political party.
Actually, Mr. Ano took me to a wonderful hot spring yesterday.
Although Mr. Ano left early, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. He said something came up at work, so he had to go back.
So then, did you spend the night alone after that?
No. I was left with his friends. They had decided to come to the same ryokan as us.
Regarding them.
Yes?
How many were there? What were their names?
Aren't you going to type that in?
How many were there?
Sorry. Yes, there were 3 old men. Let's see. Their names might have been Mr. Ota and I think Mr. Kimura?
That's the members list for a golf tournament being held in Hakone today.
It must have been hard to get access to this.
I looked through all the other supporter groups after the Construction Contractors Federation. Look at the participants.
The Japan Doctors League and the Tokyo Trade Union Confederation.
Weird, right? The Doctors League supports the Liberal Party and the Trade Union the People's Life Party. They're playing golf together like they're close friends.
They picked an excellent location. Won't be able to get very close to them on a golf course.
Right. That's why instead we're focusing here. The Ryokan where they're gonna stay.
Come on, man. You didn't leak any information, right?
Things would be easier if I could do that. Do you have any idea how much I had to beg my coworkers for this information?
It just doesn't make any sense.
You mean Fumio?
Why did they kill him?
They wanted to stop him from talking, but they were pretty rough.
They killed one of us. I can't stand here doing nothing.
Yeah, you're right. There's no advantage.
Yes? I see. We're probably heading to the same place. Yes, thanks.
What happened?
It all makes sense now.
He got out of the car and is heading for the entrance with the woman following behind. I'm gonna stay put out here in the car for a while longer.
Okay, thanks.
Is that the woman Fumio was following?
No, it's not.
So the only rooms that are back there are the ones that the golfers are all staying in.
Now there can be no doubt they're connected to Anno.
Oh, look. Anno's leaving the building all alone. I'll follow.
No, stay on the lookout here.
They came out.
Are they separate? Kujin, you see anything?
All clear.
The woman's gonna come out soon, Zen. So, what are we gonna do now?
No, this all ends right now.
Hey, Zen!
Excuse me. I have a few questions for you. I'm with the prosecutor's office, Special Investigations. Now, could you please come with me? Do you happen to remember the name of the third man?
No, I'm afraid I had a bit too much to drink.
Then please, tell me what happened in the room.
I listened to them talk while we ate all of our food. The three of them were friends. They had fun talking. When I refilled their glasses, they seemed so happy. I thought that was kind of cute. As rude as that may sound, but it was cute.
Miss Hiramatsu.
Yes?
Did you have sexual relations with those three men? What's so funny?
Nothing. Is that something that a public prosecutor would seriously ask about? But well, that's right. This is only hypothetical. But let's just say, even if I did have that kind of relationship with them, it would just mean love?
Huh?
It's love. Yes. I was in love with them, as I most assuredly was, and that was the reason I did that. Then would it really be a bad thing?
What are you talking about?
Sometimes people fall in love at first sight.
But those men are 40 years older than you. And, besides that, there were 3 of them.
Oh, 3 of them. You're right. Now what were their names again? I just forgot.
Stop messing around! No one would ever believe that you fell in love with 3 old men and slept with them when you don't even know their names.
People can fall in love even though they don't know their name. Oh, but I know your name now, Mr. Seizuki. so I can't prove that's not true.
What do you plan to do now that you've brought her down here? Does the story make sense?
I don't understand everything yet. Dr. Inaba and Fumio's deaths, and the connection between the parties, those things are still mysteries. That's why, sir, I need that woman's testimony. If I can get her to confess that she was trying to fix the election, I can use that to get to them. Please, sir, let me take it to the Imperial Council. The Special Investigations team has to do everything they can.
The woman is still just a witness. We can't keep her for very long. If we let her go, they'll know we're investigating.
I'll crack her no matter what.
The meeting will happen the day after tomorrow. I'm going to send Okada with you. Make sure you get her testimony.
Right.
Let me get this right. In other words, you want me to say that I slept with those men because Mr. Ano told me to, right? So, you want me to sign it? You want me to sign the record of confession, right? Then you'll have my testimony, yes?
That's correct. But why now?
I guess because I feel bad for you.
You feel bad for me?
Yes. But, in exchange, tell me about yourself, Mr. Seizaki.
Huh?
It's just, I want to learn more about you. Yes, I want to learn about your childhood, about your dear family, and about your unusual name.
Why is that?
If you tell me that, I'll sign. Sound good to you? Do you have a wife?
Yeah.
What about kids?
One kid.
Is it a boy or a girl?
I have a son.
Do you have any hobbies?
Collecting fossils and minerals.
What was your childhood dream?
To be a prosecutor.
Since you were a kid?
I don't remember.
And sexual intercourse. Yes? I want to ask you about sex. What do you think about contraception?
What do you mean?
Do you think it's bad?
I don't consider it bad. If you have kids carelessly, it can be hard to raise them, financially and environmentally.
Is it good to give birth to a child then?
Yeah. Having children and raising them should be praised by society.
Then it's bad not to have them.
That is not what I meant. We live in a time in which differences in values are respected.
Then should people accept others who have different values?
Well, of course.
Even ones incompatible?
We must learn about each other and coexist with our values. If we don't do that, we'll end up with war.
Do you think war is bad?
Of course it is.
If there was a person who thinks war is bad, and a person who likes war, then should they accept each other's values and coexist?
Well,
You said that having children is a good thing, and not having children isn't a bad thing either.
Yeah.
Then what about killing children?
It's bad, of course. What the hell's wrong with you? Are you saying that murder isn't bad?
Of course not. I consider murder to be very bad indeed. It's the worst thing ever. Yes, it's terrible. The character Sei as in justice, the character Zen as in good deeds. Your name. It doesn't forgive bad deeds. Mr. Seizaki? Tell me, what is justice?
Hey, what happened to Hiramatsu? Hey, Okada!
She left.
Where's Okada?
He wouldn't calm down. I thought it best just to send him home.
I see.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Seizuki. Don't think too much. Just report on things the way they are. The people at the top will take care of it, including me.
Right. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. My report today is related to the mayoral...
Right. Give your report. Public Prosecutor Seizuki.
Can you explain what's going on, sir?
That's why I invited him.
You sure have done your research. I'm impressed. You're like the Special Investigations right-hand man. You look like you're going to bite me if I don't explain soon. The Shiniki Initiative. On the surface, it looks like an economic development zone. However, it also has another purpose, which hasn't been announced yet to the people.
Purpose?
I had asked Dr. Inaba, who was chosen from among the members of the Japan Doctors League, to work on the problem of drug lag. The delay in getting new drugs approved is an urgent problem that our country must aim to tackle. If there are delays in approving cutting-edge treatments, patients could end up dying. I asked the Tokyo Construction Contractors Federation to design a plan for relaxing restrictions on construction, and the Tokyo Trade Union Confederation to cooperate on the new Labor Standards Act. So to put it another way, these groups are voting constituencies. They're also the ones who are going to build Shiniki. Do you understand everything I said, Mr. Sasaki?
So to build Shiniki. By building it, what are you trying to do with Shiniki?
To do everything that's not possible to do with Japan. For example, Shiniki is used as a special administrative zone for testing out new laws. Think of it as a testing ground for nations.
A testing ground for nations? For you to carry out that plan, you would need to become the first mayor.
Not me. The first mayor is going to be Kaika Itsuki.
Itsuki?
The 5 main candidates in this election manage the voting contingencies. We can completely control the results.
Why are you not making yourself mayor?
What we're doing in Shiniki will be revolutionary. We need a strong leader who can capture the people's hearts. Itsuki, the youngest one among the candidates, is going to win the election dramatically and become a politician for the new generation to ardently follow.
So then, is that your whole plan?
That's right. This is the entire picture for the initiative.
Did you all commit murder? Just so you could achieve your ridiculous plan?
Unaffiliated candidate Kaika Itsuki won the election, deciding the first mayor of Shiniki, a city that is going to be established in the western part of Tokyo. Itsuki is the youngest candidate at only 30 years old. He is very young for a new mayor. After the election...
That's not true. Sasaki, we weren't involved in the 2 deaths of Fumio and Professor Inaba.
Do you expect me to believe such an excuse?
I'm telling you the truth. Think about it. I could have stopped this investigation any time. Why would I kill one of the investigators myself? It only spreads suspicion. You know, first and foremost, I would never kill Fumio.
If you really want to know, in regards to Inaba's suicide, it struck us out of nowhere as well.
That's why we put you in charge of the investigation. But now it happened to Fumio. We want to know the truth, as you do. Sasaki, would you please continue the investigation?
Are you telling me to continue on while ignoring organized crime? Which is our main job? You're crazy.
I'll let you make the decision. Although, Mr. Nomaru and I, and everyone else who is involved, we are all acting with the belief that the initiative is just.
I won't force you at all. If you don't agree with me on this, then you are more than welcome to fight against me. However, you won't find me going easy on you. Public Prosecutor Sasaki, think hard and well.
I remember that public prosecutors are allies of justice.
Justice.
Have you decided then?
No. I don't agree with you regarding the recent chain of events. I'm angry for not being able to stop you, and for not being able to prosecute the crime that's happening right in front of me. However, the person who killed Fumio is still out there, and it's an indisputable fact that whoever did that is certainly evil. So then, I'm going to continue the case involving Fumio and Inaba.
I see.
I'll be going now.
Hey, Seizuki. What are you going to do after you catch them?
I'm going to think about that when it happens. About whether what you're doing is right or wrong. And then what justice means.
A testing ground for nations? What a big story.
You can pretend you didn't hear it.
Nope, I definitely remember hearing something. Nonetheless, when things get bad, I'd trust you cover for me.
We'll continue for now, investigating the deaths. I will find the person who did it.
Yeah, but I'm not so sure anymore.
What is it?
You're saying Inaba was trying to make it legal to use unapproved drugs as soon as possible by utilizing the new legal system in Shiniki, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that, a good thing? I was still considering the possibility that Inaba's death was a suicide, but not Fumio. I had two hypotheses. First, Inaba killed himself because he didn't want to do any more bad things. And second is that Nomaru killed him to stop him from talking to anyone. But for now, both those hypotheses are gone.
We have to look into Inaba more closely.
Then I'll continue investigating him.
Okay. I'm going to retrace Fumio's footsteps again.
By the way, how is Kaika Itsuki? You met him the other day, right?
He's a man without any known flaws. To the point it seems fishy.
First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation for everyone here today. Even though I'm still just a novice in the world of politics, you chose me to be the first mayor of Shiniki. I'm deeply honored. I know that we have a long road ahead.
Are these people involved in the underground Shiniki initiative?
I may not be perfect,
that's right.
But I intend to push.
I know you don't want to be involved in this, but Mr. Nomaru wanted us to be here, so stay for a bit.
He's even younger than you.
Are you saying that youth is what makes a man popular?
Yes, but the most important is aura. Technically speaking, you don't have to know anything about politics. A mayor's job is to fill the people with hope, and that's really all he has to do.
But isn't he just a liar who's fooling 2 million people?
Mr. Nomaru!
It's almost time, Itsuki.
Yes, thank you. I haven't seen you in a while, Mr. Morinaga.
Hello?
Who's this?
This is Seizuki from the Tokyo Public Prosecutor's Office.
Oh, you're a public prosecutor. You make sure justice is served. The policies we're pursuing for Shiniki, I believe will benefit the human race and will ultimately be seen as just. Our policies will be accepted in the near future, and history will prove that we were right. Prosecutor Seizuki. Please lend us your hand. Until then.
It's not an error. Then, does that mean Fumio actually went there?
Yeah, I validated it, so I'm certain. Based on his behavioral patterns, I can tell you where he went.
Really?
What do you think?
I see it.
There it is. Let's see. At 12:14 a.m., he entered from the street through the entrance. He stopped once and then started moving again. Maybe he rode an elevator. His altitude changed.
What floor did he get off?
There's going to be some measurement error. But if he was moving upward without stopping, he would have arrived at the 6th or 7th floor. Then he went to the apartment at the end of the hall.
Mr. Mitoni, thank you.
Hey, I'll need more time with the professor's computer.
Thanks again.
You see See what I just sent you?
Hold on. What's this?
It's from a security camera near Inaba's apartment. It's from the day before he died.
It's that woman who came to the university with Ano.
Yes, but even when I checked a few other cameras, she was the only one I could see.
She was acting alone.
Probably.
Hey, Mr. Seizuki. Nomaru is going to cooperate with the investigation, right?
That means we should look into the woman next.
You came at a good time. I was just about to call you down here.
Itsuki went missing?
No one's been able to reach him for 2 days. And his advisors, they've all disappeared as well. On top of that, their top-secret election documents were all stolen.
So you think they made themselves disappear? But why?
I have no idea. A rebellion, out of control. Seizuki, could you join the search to find Itsuki? We don't have any time. The inauguration ceremony is tomorrow.
I've no wish of getting involved in the Shiniki initiative. My only job now is to find out what happened to Fumio. Look at this. It's possible the women being used to get votes were the ones involved in Inaba's and Fumio's suicides. Please, sir, let me interrogate them.
Our interests are aligned.
What?
This woman also disappeared when Itsuki did.
She also disappeared? Which woman is gone?
Well, this may sound crazy, but they're the same woman.
What? The same?
I've only met her a few times myself. She looked completely different each time. It's not just some disguise. She changes. She turns into a different woman. The woman you interrogated was the same woman.
What? No way!
It's true. There's only one woman. She was originally brought here by Itsuki. He said, let's use her. This woman can lead men astray. If you put them in the same room, she'll captivate every single one of them. Without this woman, the initiative would have been set back by 10 years. Her name is Ai Magase.
Are you serious? Kaika Itsuki disappeared, and the inauguration is tomorrow? Are you sure you really have time to just sit here? You're supposed to work with the police running around to find him.
I am working with them, but like this.
Hello.
Based on the circumstances, they must have planned his disappearance carefully. Since the police can't let the public know, we won't be able to find him.
What are you gonna do then?
Focus on something other than the search. Hunter, what do you think about Itsuki?
What makes it so famous?
Well, judging from his career, he seems like a good enough person. After graduating from the best high school in his hometown, he attended a famous university in Tokyo. He went to graduate in the UK. He built up experience working in the city council and became a mayor at 30. Everything he did was for a purpose.
Right. He wouldn't do anything that was useless. That means there must be a reason why he wanted to become the mayor.
Yeah, you're right. He wouldn't abandon the position for no good reason now that he won.
You're saying he'll make his move even without us finding him?
I want to think of every possibility, so we can respond appropriately when that happens.
Now, let me show you this.
You find something?
His hometown and school. All I could find. He's too normal to find anything. By the way, Mr. Seizuki, I wanted to ask you.
What is it?
Inaba and Mr. Fumio both committed suicide after making contact with Ai Magase, right?
Yeah.
And you interrogated Hiramatsu, Ai Magase, yes?
That's right.
Did you feel like you wanted to commit suicide?
Of course not.
It's surprisingly long.
I guess you're right.
Of course I am.
Wherever you are.
That woman was crazy, but...
the name of the dish she's eating, but I can't catch it.
Zen?
Thank you for inviting us to your establishment.
It's urgent. Get Officer Okada now.
I'm a bit thirsty. Do you have
What?
any special
Since when?
What?
This
is bad.
Is this for real?
Apologies for interrupting, but we have an important news flash.
We're at the Shiniki City Hall. Can you see this? There are approximately 60 people standing around the garden on the roof.
What the? What is this?
There are strong winds. This is a dangerous situation.
Okada!
I repeat once again, today at around 2:30 p.m., a group of
Do you think they're planning on committing mass suicide?
But they don't look like...
The situation they have put themselves
People who are planning to jump to their death.
with the winds gusting at high speeds. The police are unable to enter the area.
I opened the data on the computer you gave me, and found a file that looks like bad news.
What do you mean by bad?
Well, it contains data on the development of a new drug. The name of the drug was Nukes. I was able to understand what type of drug it is by reading the manuals and the test data. But I guess I can't call this a drug.
I don't understand.
It's definitely a sleeping pill. But the balance of its ingredients is strange. The pill is really strong. If you took the drug, you would fall asleep naturally. But then you would never wake up again. So if you take it, you would die. Easily. Without any pain.
Zen, what's wrong?
Now I know what Inaba was really developing. A drug for suicide.
There's been some developments at the scene.
This symbol for Shiniki was suddenly displayed on the big monitor on City Hall.
Good evening, everyone. I am the one you have all elected as the first mayor of Shiniki, Kaika Itsuki. I am happy and honored to be able to say hello to you all as your new mayor. I feel most privileged. Shiniki is a new world. And Shiniki
is something bigger than what you can ever imagine. Shiniki wasn't just created
for the benefit of Tokyo's local economy or management of Japan. That's not it. Shiniki was created in order to bring great progress and prosperity to all of mankind. A long time ago, humans discovered fire. Then with some trial and error, humans learned how to control fire and conquer the dangers that fire embodies. After humans obtained fire, human civilization and culture developed rapidly. The second fire is here before us right now. It is even more dangerous than the first. It is a flame that is even harder to control and a flame to be feared. However, we are already able to control it. We must have courage today. We must grab the second fire. Death.
Humankind has been afraid of death until now. We have tried to circumvent it as much as possible. We must avoid death. We have to live as long as we are humanly able. That's what we were taught. And that's what we kept on doing. Law, religion, and morality. They all told us that we must avoid death, no matter what the cost was to our mental and physical health. But we have already begun to understand the damage caused by that thinking.
How unnatural it is to stay alive for no reason. How insane it is that the world thinks that everyone should strive to live to the unpleasant age of 100. It is wrong. This way of concrete thinking will lead to the downfall of humankind.
We must enter a new era, an enlightened era, in order to prevent
that from happening. Where the value of death is recognized, an era in which we allow for death, under the correct judgment.
I stand here today, and hereby declare Shiniki's first law. Shiniki recognizes the right to death.
I was wrong. I was wrong. People don't want to die. No one wants to die. That's what I thought. However, if that value system were to be overthrown, if people caught on to the temptation of death, if they began to truly want to die, Inaba and Fumio all chose to die. However, there was someone who made them want to die.
An update on the train status in the metropolitan region. Many lines have stopped running due to fatal accidents. There are many sections not in operation. It is unknown when they will resume.
24 hours have elapsed since Itsuki's declaration. The number of suicides that have been reported throughout Japan has climbed to 237, which is 4 times the normal rate.
Tell me, have you located him?
We still don't know the whereabouts of Kaika Itsuki, or those who aided him. That video of him was just an online stream. Itsuki wasn't in the City Hall building. His supporters at the site had already disappeared by the time the incident happened.
They're acting like religious fanatics.
That's exactly what is happening. Those people who jumped off the building are like religious disciples affected by Itsuki's words.
Can't we just write them off as religious fanatics?
What do you mean by that, Sekiro?
As stated in the report just now, Japan has one of the worst suicide rates in the world. If we don't take suicide seriously, the situation might get out of hand.
Kaika Itsuki's manifesto isn't the problem here. Our biggest problem is that the man who created that manifesto is out of our control now. Morinaga, will you be able to arrest Itsuki?
It all depends on what his next move is, but we have to try at least. Seems to think doing something like this is easy. Maybe he thinks we're the police.
We're authorized to investigate in command, so he's not all wrong.
If we could use that authority in the open, this wouldn't be so hard.
All right, let's review what we know. As you are aware, the Shiniki Initiative is a huge project. Shiniki spans 600 square kilometers inhabited by 2 million residents. The project includes plans for development of all types of industries. But Shiniki also has another purpose it's meant to serve.
A testing ground for nations.
The main purpose is for Shiniki to apply new laws, and a large amount of labor power is being spent to achieve that. So in other words, what I'm saying is, Shiniki's biggest weapon is its implementation of laws and systems.
And let us also not forget, arresting Itsuki isn't going to solve everything.
It's also going to be difficult to show Itsuki did something illegal.
That's it. Considering the current laws of Japan, you cannot press charges against someone for legalizing suicide.
Article 202. Would that maybe apply to a group suicide?
It's not a contract murder or consensual homicide. No one obviously pushed them off the rooftop of the city hall, and no one was seen as being directly involved in their suicides. It might be possible to classify it as abetting or aiding suicide, but it'd be difficult to demonstrate he aided somehow.
Dead men tell no tales.
The only possibility is proving he abetted.
Yes. We need emails or documents to pursue the case. I'm gonna look for evidence that he encouraged all those people, that he had them commit suicide.
Once we know the charges, we'll be able to issue a warrant publicly. Can you find him?
I'll need a lot of help. As many investigators as I can get.
From Special Investigations or the police?
From both, if possible.
I'll get you some people here in 2 to 3 days.
I appreciate it.
My God. What a ridiculous situation. He made 64 people commit suicide, and caused over 200 more to commit suicide after that, simply by aiding and abetting them somehow. But we still can't find any laws in order to publicly arrest him. Is it because the law is perhaps deficient, or is it because... Hey, Seizuki. What are your thoughts on it? Is suicide really a bad thing?
How is the public reacting?
The majority are against it, but...
90,000 people.
I bet they're thinking about euthanasia. Euthanasia can be classified into passive euthanasia and active euthanasia. They're both considered suicide since they're conducted according to the will of the patient. Passive euthanasia is already practiced around the world as one form of end-of-life care. Many countries have legalized it. On the other hand, most countries don't officially allow active euthanasia yet. However, it has been discussed in recent years as one type of informed consent. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I would feel hesitant about it if Japan was the only one with that law. But since many other countries are already doing it, it lowers the barrier somewhat.
I know, but Shiniki's suicide laws clearly go far beyond that logic.
Is that why you think only 3% of the population supports it?
You think it's going to increase?
There's a good chance it will.
It all depends on Itsuki's next move.
Next move? What do you think he plans on doing?
Originally, the parliamentary election comes next. They were supposed to hold an election for the Shiniki parliament, except Shiniki doesn't have one yet. Hello?
Seizaki, I'm sending you an assistant officer to help. She's only 23, but she used to be a court assistant. She's particularly knowledgeable about the law.
What about the Shiniki Initiative?
I told her about it. Make good use of her.
Thank you, I will.
Excuse me.
I am Assistant Officer Hiyasa Sekiro. I was told I am to be your assistant officer starting today, Prosecutor Seizaki.
Sekiro? He's the Vice Minister of Justice.
Yoshifumi Sekiro. He is my uncle.
I see. How do you write Hiyasa?
With the characters for sun and flax.
Listen, I don't really care at all if you hate me or the Shiniki Initiative, as long as you work hard and do the job of an assistant officer. If you can't, I'll replace you.
No need. I'll work hard.
Understood. Is Asuma still sleeping? Oh, sorry. Yeah. I'll call again. Sekiro, what do you got?
These are case books for each law. I am verifying prosecution facts and validity.
Did you find any problems with any of Shiniki's laws?
I haven't. Shiniki hasn't been given operational freedom that exceeds the laws of the local government. There's nothing wrong with their laws as of now. They must have prepared the laws carefully.
And the parliamentary election?
Instituting a parliament is mandatory.
Itsuki has no chance of winning if it's an honest vote.
It will be announced in private. I think they'll keep it as quiet as long as...
We have some breaking news. It's a story related to Shiniki. Just now, around 7 a.m., Kaika Itsuki, the mayor of Shiniki, posted a video online addressing the
I found the video, sir.
I'm Kaika Itsuki, the mayor of Shiniki. And as the new mayor, I would like to say hello to all the wonderful residents of Shiniki, and everyone in Japan. Suicide law. A new regional law went into effect in Shiniki recently. The new law recognizes the right to death. It's called the suicide law.
I can't believe he's issuing a statement publicly.
Suicides has swept the nation,
Unbelievable.
extending beyond Shiniki's borders in the past few days. As I'm sure you all know, this has prompted much controversy regarding the implementation of the new law. Looking at the numbers coming out, I am aware that many people are opposed to the newly placed suicide law. The purpose of the law is to contribute to the happiness of the people. A law that no one wants cannot exist. If the people are so opposed to it, then that law should be abolished. So, how should we determine that? Our country's political system is a democracy. It's very simple. You just have to count the numbers. That's all there is to it.
We have to think things through
again. We should hold a vote in regards to the suicide law and ask the people.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
12 days from today, we're going to hold an election to select the representatives for Shiniki's parliament. This method is designed to represent public opinion with greater accuracy and yield results that are as unbiased as possible.
Itsuki really doesn't think that the public is going to approve the Shiniki suicide law.
Hello, I'm Hanta from the Konichi newspaper.
Prosecutor Seizaki, you know contact between prosecutors and reporters is not allowed.
I'm aware of that.
Did I do something wrong?
No, don't worry about it.
Then let's begin. To start, they have a dangerous election system. So from the top, clause number 1, it's already dangerous. There's 2 key points. First, the fact that the voting is done by local residents is normal. However, there's no requirement on the time period of residence listed anywhere. That means...
anyone can get the right to vote on the spot.
Nevertheless, this is too simple.
As you say, Miss Sekiro. This sentence is also lacking another part that's supposed to be in the clause.
An age limit.
That's right. Even babies can vote in this parliament election. If they vote online, then the parents can vote twice.
Then that would mean anything can happen with child votes.
And now for the second clause. Anyone with the right to vote. In other words, even children can run for an election.
I imagine they weren't seeking control to begin with.
finally, the last clause. To be perfectly honest, this is the creepiest clause out of all of them, in my opinion. I think it means exactly what it says. They want to make every candidate declare their stance on the suicide law, and make it the main focus of the parliamentary election.
Even though only 3% of the public supports it, if they make that the focus of the election, then the results are obvious.
The purpose of that clause is to aid the candidates.
Why do you say that?
Itsuki doesn't have a political party. However, according to these laws, the candidates will be split into those who support or oppose the suicide law, meaning the supporters would become part of Itsuki's faction.
But even if they were able to have a candidate run, it would be pointless if the candidate couldn't win.
I'm Director of Investigation, Terao.
Seizeki, prosecutor from the Special Investigations Team. So how much have they told you?
They said they're building a special team for investigating the Shiniki incident.
The investigation team will be focusing specifically on the new mayor, Kaika Itsuki. What do you know about the Shiniki Initiative?
Shiniki Initiative?
I see. Then let's share some information.
So you're saying that this investigation team is going to be behind the scenes as well? All right then. This is going to be tough for the both of us.
I have no doubt.
Very well. What kind of team do you want to put together for this project?
Please choose people you feel confident can work at the scene. Also, someone who's not from headquarters.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Just one person, please. And one more thing, I'd like you to get someone from the 6th.
The 6th? Really?
Yes.
How's Hiyasa?
She's extremely smart. She's the best out of all the assistants I've worked with until now. But unfortunately, she doesn't care for me at all much, it seems.
Sorry about that. She can be a perfectionist when it comes to doing her work.
It's not her fault she doesn't like me.
That's right. After all, we just brought the girl in. How's it going with Itsuki? Is it going to be difficult to get him?
Yes, it looks as if Kaika Itsuki has gone through all the correct procedures. He's been acting in a way that makes it hard for us to arrest him or even sue him.
Do you know where he is hiding?
We still don't know his location. The fact that we don't know how to charge him is hampering the investigation.
We're falling behind. Everything's been going according to his plan. Even his announcement of the election law yesterday. But that election law actually shows his most vulgar taste. I see what he's doing. He's got some balls trying to go up against me.
Aren't you the one who made him into a politician? A strong opponent?
I admit, Itsuki certainly had the passion to get the people involved. But he's gone too far with this suicide law. He overturned the enthusiasm that he built up during the election when he announced the suicide law. He doesn't understand how fickle public sentiment can often be. It shows just how young Itsuki really is. Tomorrow, I'm going to announce that I'm running for the parliamentary election.
You want to beat Itsuki in the election?
Elections are home territory for someone like me. His chance of winning is less than 1 in 10,000. I have no doubt we will regain control over Shiniki.
I still want you to continue investigating Itsuki.
Politics and the law. If we corner him from both sides, he won't be able to get away.
I don't know politics. I'll leave that to you.
Politics isn't difficult, Seizeki. The meaning of politics is to unify the wills of different people.
Is something wrong?
No, I just feel awkward saying your name, since it's the same as the Vice Minister.
Get used to it. Prosecutor Seizeki?
What is it?
Someone posted a video related to the election. The person who posted it is just a boy, but the video went viral online because of how shocking it is.
Hello, my name is Tayo. My father is trying to commit suicide in accordance with the new suicide law that was announced in Shiniki the other day. I told my father that I didn't want him to do it. But even when it's about suicide, he won't listen to me. People of the nation, please save my father from going through his suicide.
Hello.
Thanks for coming down here.
Enough with all the flattery. Headquarters summoned me. It's not like I could very well refuse.
But you could have said no. You knew it was me who summoned. Nothing's going to happen if you say no.
I know that. That's why I came as fast as I could. I know you don't have a lot of friends to turn to. Although, I see, maybe I shouldn't have been worried. You've got a beautiful woman with you.
Sekiro, assistant officer.
5 times better than Fumio. No, wait, 10 times.
Well, I guess that all really depends on how valuable Fumio was.
Has everyone told you already?
Mr. Torau already filled me in.
The goal of this team is to arrest Kaika Itsuki, the new mayor of Shiniki. To accomplish that, there are 2 key things. The first is to find where Itsuki went. The second is to clarify the charges against Itsuki. There will be 2 teams, investigation team and criminal team.
Since the Special Investigations Office is helping, does that mean a warrant will be issued soon?
I've already prepared it.
Oh, thank you. That makes it easy.
As for the criminal charges, the first one that comes to mind is abatement of suicide. For the 64 people who jumped off Shiniki City Hall, I want you to find proof that Itsuki drove them to commit suicide, or directed them to do so. I know that we don't have enough manpower or time, but please just do your best out there.
Yes.
Lieutenant Tsutsui from Section 6, I want you to investigate this woman.
You're saying they're the same woman? If what you're saying is true, then she must be really dangerous. What is her name, anyway?
Her name is Ai Magase.
Regarding the investigation on Itsuki, we've been questioning people in Shiniki and examining security camera footage, but we still haven't been able to find him. We'll widen the search area and keep trying.
Next, the criminal team.
We examined the online activity of the 64 people who jumped from the Shiniki City Hall, but we haven't found any evidence that they made contact with Itsuki.
We did find one thing that over 80% of the suicide victims had in common, though. The red dots show the victims' addresses. 80% of the victims were residents of Shiniki. All the addresses that were found were within a 20-kilometer radius of City Hall.
If it wasn't a Batman that was at play here, it'd be unlikely to find 60 people nearby who happen to want to commit suicide by way of jumping.
There's no doubt that it was a Batman, but we can't find any proof.
Can you find out what the 64 victims were doing right before the suicide?
Per our investigation, we know what a few of them were doing. Would you like everyone?
Much as you can. This is what I'd like from you. On October 6th until 2:30 p.m., when they all showed up on the roof of City Hall, I want you to find out what they were doing in detail.
Oh, I see. Maybe the 64 victims gathered somewhere right before they committed suicide. If we could find evidence that Itsuki made contact with them there.
Our plan remains the same. Continue the investigation.
Everyone, please be sure to make the best use of the time that's left if you would. That's it for today.
Yes, sir.
All right.
This is Tsutsui.
Did you uncover anything?
Yeah, a few things. First, about his family.
Every person who had been living at his family home have passed away already. I mean everyone, both his parents and grandparents. And I got a call back from his school.
It seems that there was an incident when he was in middle school.
Incident?
There was some trouble between him and a classmate. He went to the hospital frequently for a while. What do you think? Do you want me to dig into this?
I'll take care of it on my side. I want you to try and find out where he is, got it?
Roger that.
Mr. Sasaki, what's that?
Some bad data. What time are we to be in Kyoto?
After 11. I believe we can make it to Yamashina before 12.
I asked Officer Mitani from Digital Forensics to look into something. It includes intel that the investigations team isn't authorized to see.
Specifically?
About a certain person. The report has information on their school and hospital records, credit card information, even credit history.
For Ai Magase?
That's right. I found out that the doctor who Magase was seeing in middle school was actually her uncle. His name is Kurazu Sakabe. Apparently he runs a clinic in Kyoto.
To be perfectly honest with you, I still can't believe she can do all that. I mean, how she can enslave those people?
I don't exactly believe everything either. But 3 people have committed suicide, and all 3 of them had made contact with the same woman. There must have been something going on. She had the leader of one of the big voting blocks in the election twisted around her little finger.
Then perhaps, does that mean she was physically engaged with all 3 of them? Even Officer Fumio and Okuda?
I'm not sure. Though I'm pretty sure she did with Inaba. But Okuda was with Magase for only an hour. And Fumio even less time.
How much time was it, though?
15 minutes.
Hold on now. Are you trying to tell me that you somehow think that Magase abetted the suicide of all 64 of the victims all by herself without the help of anyone? That she influenced all of them? That's crazy! I'm just asking out of curiosity, but you interrogated Magase yourself, right?
Yes.
What kind of person was she?
To tell the truth, if I had to sum it up, thanks, we're fine.
So, what is it about I that brings you here?
I can't tell you details since the investigation is ongoing. But Miss Magase is currently a key witness in an investigation. So then, if you don't mind, we wanted to ask you about her.
Ask me? What do you want to know about I?
Everything. Tell me everything you know about her, even if it's something you'd consider trivial.
All right then. So you're asking me everything I know about her, huh? She was, I'd say, a very bad seed.
She's your brother's child, isn't she? Your last names are different.
He took his wife's name. Magase is I's mother's family's last name. But if you want to talk about her last name, she was adopted.
Adopted?
My brother and his wife couldn't conceive children. They discovered the child through an organization that supported adoptions. That's why the first time I met I was when she was 7. Although I'd have to say, I saw a glimpse of it even back then.
A glimpse? Of what?
About 8 years ago now, I had started running a mental health clinic in the Tochigi prefecture. The clinic was doing well, but I was busy and never had time to visit my parents' home. One day, my brother and a teacher at I's middle school contacted me at the same time. They said the same thing. They asked me to conduct psychological evaluations on I and a few others.
Psychological evaluations?
They're different from what you think of as psychiatric examinations. Evaluations are for checking mental health as part of treatment.
But why did your brother ask you to do that?
My brother said there was an incident.
Incident?
Although, I'm not sure you could really call it an incident. If you ask me whether an incident really happened, I believe it's more appropriate to say that it didn't.
What do you mean by that?
I think you'll understand once you hear the rest of what I have to tell you. 7 middle school students in their 3rd year came for their psychological evaluation. I began evaluating them immediately. I'm going to get straight to the point. All 7 of the students had generalized anxiety disorder except for I. They were unable to identify the source of their anxiety.
So they were suffering from a vague feeling of anxiety?
The students told me that wasn't their problem, though.
What, then?
All 7 of them said the same thing when I dug further into their evaluations. They said they were afraid of I. They said I did something horrible to them. They said she raped them.
I'm not sure I understand. As a student herself, she raped her male classmates?
Not exactly.
Huh?
I asked the children the same thing. I asked them whether she raped them or forced them to have sexual intercourse. But they all replied with the same answer. They didn't have intercourse or anything remotely close. In fact, she hadn't even touched them. I asked them exactly what happened then. They said all that they had done was talk to I. They swore that's all they ever did.
That makes no sense. Nothing happened, but they still claimed they were raped by her? So then, what actually did happen?
I called I, so that I could evaluate her. I was hoping I could find the answer. It happened in an instant. When I saw I for the first time in 2 or 3 years in the examination room, I couldn't believe it. What those male students were trying to say about I hit me like a raging avalanche, taking me down to my knees. I knew that they couldn't explain what they were feeling. Of course they couldn't explain it. That's right. When I saw her, I was definitely, without a doubt, aroused.
You got aroused by her when she was in middle school?
You think that's odd, right? She was a child, and not to mention my niece. It's definitely immoral no matter how you think on it. It's immoral and wrong. But her whole body was telling me to do it, as if she wanted it.
And did she? Did she say she wanted you to?
She didn't say anything. She never even hinted that she wanted me to do anything at all to her. So it all just might be my imagination. I'm afraid it's not something that I can just rightly explain. You have to experience it to know. Why did the students say that they were raped? It's because I was extremely, overwhelmingly enchanting when she was just a 15-year-old girl. It wasn't only her body, her voice, her movements, and her eyes. They filled the air everywhere despite her intentions. It was like an excessive smell of strong perfume that would overtake you as soon as you walked near. No, it was much stronger than perfume. It was like a megaphone. That's it. It was like she was shouting in my ear through a megaphone. She forced herself inside me. She came inside me. It was indeed rape.
But there were no specific acts performed, correct? Then I was seen as innocent?
She was innocent. She was not even accused of anything in that particular school incident. But I felt it was dangerous to leave things the way they were. I recommended I go for counseling. I told her she should get counseling at the hospital where I worked.
And then she
accepted immediately. She seemed eager, though she said she wasn't very good at talking to people.
Talking to people?
I thought to myself, of course she can't. No one would be able to talk to her like that. And then I said she wanted to get better at talking to people. She started counseling at my hospital. Half a year after she began, I said she was done with needing to continue with therapy. She wanted to focus on studying for her entrance exams. I didn't have any reason to stop her. That was the end of therapy. I haven't seen her since.
That was 8 years ago. You've had other chances to see your niece since then, haven't you?
When I said she wanted to quit her counseling, I noticed it then. It became clear to me that half year wasn't therapy at all. The truth of the matter was I just wanted to keep seeing her. That's why I'd recommended she get counseling in the first place, for my own pleasure. Then I closed my clinic immediately and ran away here, where no one possibly knows me, where I could try to recover.
But why? You didn't do anything that would force you to run away.
You're right in that I didn't touch I in any direct way. I didn't necessarily do anything considered illegal. But the law doesn't matter here. I was inviting me, and I accepted her invitation without any hesitation. Even if I didn't actually do anything, my heart certainly did. I was beckoned down the path of evil so easily. The force that made me leave was the poison from my heart. It erupted, spilling out of me like a thick darkness. I'll never be able to run away from something like that. That's right. It was guilt.
Could it be that Magase is actually responsible for Officer Fumio and Officer Okada's suicides, after all?
We know for sure that Magase has the power to sexually tempt people and seduce them, however disturbing that may be. But I don't think she could have made 64 people commit suicide at once. She just doesn't have the reach. Let's leave her be, just for the moment. If we get Itsuki, we can get Magase as well.
Understood.
You wanted black coffee, right?
Thanks so much.
What do these dots mean?
The locations of the suicide victims on the day of the incident.
They're scattered around within an area of 10 kilometers on both sides of Route 16.
We now know the 64 victims weren't in the same place on the day of the incident. There's no evidence they gathered before the suicide.
So you're telling me that the 64 victims gathered at the site of the suicide?
That's what it seems, but...
You're bothered by the fact that they didn't really gather?
Yes. The suicide victims didn't gather in one place on the day of the incident, but they were all within 10 kilometers.
It's not just a coincidence, right?
True, but I can't see any reason either.
Prosecutor Seizuki.
Yes?
You have a troubled look on your face. You should get some fresh air or else you won't work efficiently.
I understand that, but...
When that happens, go to the 17th floor.
Nice work. You beat me.
You surprised me today. You said you're only first dan, but you have skills of a second dan.
You flatter me, but you're right. This does clear your head out.
It really frees your mind.
Director, can you give me another match?
I would, but I'm afraid I can't.
Thank you for agreeing to the match.
What level are you?
I'm a 4th dan.
Wow.
I'll buy us something to drink.
I thought I was being asked to work on something bad when I was brought in. That I was being forced to take part in the conspiracy behind the Shiniki initiative. I thought that perhaps I would have to take part in illegal activities, in the role of assistant officer in the special investigations team. But now, I feel that maybe I was wrong about that.
You're not wrong. Your understanding is correct. What we're doing right now is taking part in evil deeds. We're also involved in illegal activities. And not only that, we'll commit even more evil deeds in the future.
Tell me, what does justice mean?
I'm not sure. After all these years, I'm still not sure what justice is. I still haven't found a guideline for judging what's wrong and what's right. However, even though I don't know, there's still something that I do believe is right. And that's continuing to think about what is right. Even if I arrive at the answer someday, it's important not to stop thinking. Even after you think you know what justice is, always keep asking yourself, what is it that justice means? To me, that's what justice really is.
Kaika Itsuki is on the move.
The NHC received a message today before dawn. It's from Kaika Itsuki, the controversial mayor of Shiniki. The message was signed by Kaika Itsuki. We were able to determine that it was from Itsuki himself.
I thought the government had banned NHC from broadcasting that.
On the air.
I'm sure you're correct, although
discussions here at NHC regarding broadcasting
it
laws.
seems they've decided broadcasting it would benefit the ones who banned it.
The message from Kaika Itsuki is as follows. I'm
Kaika Itsuki, mayor of Shiniki. The day of the election for the first parliament of Shiniki is fast approaching, and I, as your mayor, want to propose an idea to you. It is not difficult. Let's have a public debate. We will hold it the day before the election, October 19 at 6 p.m., held at the NHC studio. I want the debate to be broadcast live to the entire country as well as the entire world. I will of course be representing the supporters of the suicide law in the debate. I don't care how many candidates opposing the law participate. Candidates from both the ruling and opposition parties who oppose the law are invited and encouraged to partake.
I have one wish, and that's for the candidates to communicate their ideas accurately. And I want the voters to make the correct decision with what they have witnessed. Everyone, let us open the door to Shiniki's new era and the new world together.
As a unified nation and people.
Is he really going to come?
There's a strong possibility. He made it all this way himself. It's hard to imagine he wouldn't come.
Hold on. We don't have proof he abetted suicide. As much as we want to, we cannot officially arrest him yet.
Then why don't we just arrest him for something else? I already thought of that. He just gets someone to bail him out.
We'll think of something while he's in custody.
The problem is public sentiment. We can't detain him if there are no public charges.
He made 64 people commit suicide.
But we don't have proof of that.
Investigation team down to 2. Everyone else will be moved to the criminal team. I need you to get proof that Itsuki abetted suicide before he goes on TV. We have 48 hours until the debate. Finish it by then, no matter what.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Hello? Mr. Seizuki?
Magase! Tsutsui, what the hell have you done with him?
Hey, Mr. Seizuki, do you like playing games?
What?
Games. Like video games, or games on your cell phone.
Why do you want to know whether I play games?
She's next to the interchange.
Play a lot
Head
of
to the
games,
scene.
like RPGs. Do you know about those role-playing games?
Yeah, I know about them.
In the game, I become the hero. The hero rises up against the evil, menacing devil who took over the world and does it together with a small group of friends, or sometimes even goes it alone. The hero does it to save the world and bring happiness to people. But none of the people the devil rules over and crushes underneath try to rise up against him, even though the hero is risking his life to save the world. The hero still tries to save everyone, even if no one helps him, even if no one understands him, just to bring happiness to the people. Seizuki, I also want to be like that.
You can't. If you want people to be happy, then the only way is for you to be arrested. You're nothing but a murderer.
I miss you. Mr. Seizuki, I miss you.
Wait up! Don't!
There were no witnesses to the incident.
I see.
We also found this inside of his pocket.
I guess even you feel blue sometimes.
We didn't get any proof, and now we lost Tsutsui. It's my fault he's gone.
I find it's best to try to avoid being in charge whenever you can. It's daunting having to think about so many things. It's a lot easier having to do the work yourself.
It's not daunting. It's needed. Especially for hard cases like this.
Is that really true? It might just be an illusion that it's hard. When it comes down to it, my job and your job are both pretty simple when you compare them with all the other jobs out there. We just have to catch the bad guys. I think Itsuki is a bad guy. No doubt.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, then we'll have to catch him. I'll be right there with you the whole time.
Did Asuma go to sleep already?
Yeah, just now. I almost forgot.
What's that?
It's just that Asuma said he wants to go to the zoo sometime and bring lunch with him as well. He even said he would help with the cooking.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It doesn't have to be soon. Asuma understands that you're busy too, Zen. We can go anytime. Even next year or the year after that.
Okay then.
Zen, I don't like suicide.
Yeah, I hate it.
The investigation meeting will now begin. First, Mr. Seizuki will talk about our policy for the investigation.
I'm disheartened to have to say, at this moment, the investigation team has been unable to find proof that Kaika Itsuki did in fact abet a mass suicide. Considering the progress we've made, it's unlikely that we'd be able to find proof by the end of today. Therefore, I have now decided that it would be impossible to arrest Itsuki at the debate. So as of this very moment, I'm disbanding the Special Investigations team.
You're up to something, aren't you, Mr. Seizuki?
You are too, sir.
I don't plan on stopping you. It's after the broadcast?
Yes.
Then there you have it. When this broadcast ends, Itsuki will be in a hopeless position. Even if he gets arrested or sued after the debate, it won't affect most of the public.
That's fine for you to deal with, then. It does mean something to me. And there's no guarantee you won't fail.
You're right. Having a good backup plan helps me feel more comfortable rather than going all or nothing.
Can you handle him?
Don't forget that Kaika Itsuki's political foundation was originally created by us. Once he loses that, he's just an individual without a party. Playing politics means controlling the numbers. The side with fewer numbers loses. If you're a politician, you would understand. You can never escape from this basic principle.
So as of this very moment, I'm disbanding the Special Investigations team.
What the hell are you talking about?
I mean what I said. The investigation's over.
You're giving up when we've come all this way?
Arresting Itsuki is impossible based on the current investigation.
Then tell me, did Tsutsui die for nothing?
The investigation has been disbanded. I'm not working as a headquarter prosecutor anymore. I'm going to tell you something right now. What I'm about to say is coming from me as an individual. Tomorrow at the public debate that's being held at the NHC Center, I am going to kidnap Itsuki.
But Seizuki, kidnapping someone is a crime.
Yes. But if we don't stop Itsuki right now, the suicides will only increase. I'm a bit reluctant to go through with this, but the only way to solve this is to do something improper. I know that I've exposed my kidnapping plans to you just now. I'd understand if you all decided to arrest me at this moment.
That was terrible of you, Mr. Seizuki. That's so not fair. If we don't arrest you right now, that would make us all accomplices to the kidnapping.
All right then, the first meeting is now over. Everyone's going to the second meeting, right?
Sekiro.
Yes?
As assistant officer, I want you to negotiate. I would like to find a loophole in the laws. Talk to the public prosecutor's office through Chief Morinaga.
I'm on it, sir.
Also, take care of Kasumi Gaseki, please. After that, there's no need to come back here. What's wrong?
I can notify Vice Minister of Justice and Special Investigations Morinaga from here. I'm an assistant officer. As long as you're working over here and in need of assistance, I can't leave this place. And prosecutor, if Sekiro is weird, you can call me Hiyasa.
The biggest advantage that we have here is the fact that all 23 of us are cooperating accomplices in this scheme. If everything goes according to Itsuki's plan, the world is going to turn into a place where everyone is committing suicide. However, once they lose their leader, their core beliefs will fall apart. We'll end this suicide law. No one can stop us.
Yes!
Suicide law. 2 weeks have passed since this shocking new law was first announced, and with that, suicides have been on the rise.
Here's some data we want you to take a look at before we start. We conducted a public opinion survey on this show. 88% of the people polled replied that they are not in support of the suicide law.
We also have other data. This is the number of people who committed suicide in Japan after the suicide law was announced. This number is 2.8 times as high as the normal suicide rate.
Tomorrow, the parliamentary election for choosing the representatives.
We've finished deploying all the investigators,
sir. It will be
sir.
decided whether the suicide law is right or wrong.
Now, let us introduce the participants taking part in today's public debate. First, the participants who oppose the suicide law. Director Nobuo Niki from the Japan Communal Party. Representative Akihiro Iwakuni from the Revival Party. Deputy Representative Haruo Kashiwaba, candidate for the Shiniki Parliament from the People's Life Party. Former Secretary General Ruichiro Nomaru, candidate for Shiniki Parliament from the Liberal Justice Party. Now for the parties in support of the suicide law. Mayor of Shiniki, Kaika Itsuki, unaffiliated.
First, we'll hear from Mr. Niki from the Japan Communal Party, who takes the opposition stance on the new law.
In my opinion, I believe the most important and most damaging point is the socio-economic aspect of implementing this law. Over 20,000 people commit suicide every year in Japan alone, and it is estimated that the loss in GDP is just over 1 trillion yen per year. The suicide of one person affects everything in many ways, but one of the things it affects is the Japanese economy. There's a decrease in consumer spending, also a decrease in effective demand. The impacts are just too numerous to mention them all.
Considering the issue from this theoretical perspective, we cannot allow this suicide law.
Next, we will hear from the Revival Party, Iwakuni.
I would like to explain my opinion from a moral and ethical standpoint, if I may be allowed to reason with you. Morals, as you should know, are rules that regulate the mutual relationships between societies of people. If suicide becomes acceptable, then society would collapse as we have come to know it to be. Murder is an obvious violation of the rules, and suicide is also a clear violation of the rules of society. In a society in which suicide is permitted, people would die suddenly and disappear. Everything that's built upon the mutual trust that exists between people would collapse. That's what would happen to a society without any upheld morals.
As a politician involved with maintaining social order, I cannot accept the suicide law.
Next, we have from the People's Life Party, Mr. Kashiwaba.
I want to ask Itsuki something. 64 people jumped from the city hall and committed mass suicide. Now, you could have stopped them from jumping. We're not only talking about whether you could have stopped them, but you could even say that you encouraged those 64 people to commit suicide. An article concerning the crime of aiding suicide exists within the laws of Japan. You are under suspicion of violating it. And if the suicide law is really enforced, then every citizen might be committing the same crime as well. Even if suicide were not illegal, which it is as of now, what you did...
He went a bit extreme.
Even if it's a guess, we just need to lower Itsuki's approval rate.
You don't deserve the
He blocked him off and cornered him. The last one to go is Nomaru.
We'll hear from the last candidate who opposes. Let's hear Liberal Justice Party, the former Secretary General, Mr. Nomaru.
All people look to avoid death. Every person, whether they admit it or not, wants to live out their life happily until the end. This isn't something foreign that only applies to Shiniki citizens either. This is a universal desire. Of course, on the other hand, the fact still remains that 20,000 people kill themselves every year in Japan. In that case, the suicide law would help those people. So in that regard, it's possible that it would benefit society in the future. However, that only applies where the law is enforced appropriately. Humans cannot remain calm when it comes to facing death. They cannot process their own death or the death of someone else in a rational, controlled manner. The only person who could enforce the law appropriately would be someone without any emotions. Fortunately, humans do have emotions and feel bereavement over the death of others. The suicide law is not something that humans can handle emotionally.
That's his argument?
That's right. The universal emotional argument that states that humans always have emotions. Though, I'm sure Itsuki was already expecting that.
Next, let's hear from Kaika Itsuki, the only one who supports the suicide law. He'll give his counter-arguments.
First, I'll respond to the socio-economic issues that were mentioned. It seems you are worried that there will be huge economic losses with the suicide law. However, the law wouldn't necessarily increase the number of people committing suicide.
Huh?
In our society, people commit suicide as a form of seeking to run away from their problems. However, after the law is enacted, suicide would not be running away, but rather a choice. When that happens, it is possible that the number of suicides could actually
That's
decrease.
a false argument. Once it's allowed, more people would do it. Everyone knows that to be true.
For example, marijuana was legalized in Canada last year. It was because they decided it was counterproductive to prohibit it, recognizing that the rate of marijuana usage is actually lower in the Netherlands, where it was legalized, than in France and England, where it is still illegal.
But how can you possibly compare marijuana and suicide?
Next, morality. You're correct that morals are rules built between the societies of people, but rules can often change. Morals are not universal. They change depending on the era and the society. Homosexuality, which used to be considered immoral, is now widely accepted. On the other hand, gender discrimination was not a problem in the past, but is now to be considered immoral.
But there are some things that will always be considered universally immoral, such as murder and theft.
I agree with that statement. But then what about suicide? My belief in it is, the law will make people confront suicide. The people will start to think seriously about suicide for the very first time. This act is completely correct from a moral standpoint. In regards to the law, The law constantly changes just like morals do.
The law is not the same as keeping morals. Cultural issues like homosexuality are completely different from criminal acts such as suicide.
At the present in this country, suicide is not a crime. We say that suicide is a felony, but at the same time, we are also unable to charge suicide as a crime. I have something I feel I want to ask you. Is suicide something that the government should regulate through the law? In ancient Rome, there was a system where suicide was accepted if there was a valid reason to do so. And then, with the establishment of Christian societies and continuing until the present, the law had changed and said that suicide is now considered a sin. The freedom of the people to commit suicide and their dignity were stolen from them by the government and the Christian religion.
You've twisted the argument. That's not what we're debating.
We now have the opportunity to take a great leap forward within our society. And so, in an era in which we turned a blind eye to suicide, we can now enter an age in which we accept it. Finally, Nomaru, you said that when it comes to death, people cannot remain calm when being faced with it, and that the suicide law cannot be handled by people that hold any emotions.
That's right. People are influenced by emotions, causing them to sometimes make mistakes. And if I'm not mistaken here, the suicide law allows for no mistakes to be made. If someone makes a mistake and chooses suicide, well, there's no going back if they change their mind.
Seems we share the same goal in that regards, Mr. Nomaru. The suicide law is a law for making sure that people don't make a mistake in committing suicide. People could talk with others in a public forum and choose death as an answer that everyone agrees with. This law would create a new world where that's now possible.
People wouldn't be able to avoid the emotional aspect during that discussion. Humans cannot choose death calmly when being faced with such a thing. That's what I think.
That's an endless argument.
This isn't the type of thing we can answer theoretically. So, we would just have to see how it works in reality to judge it. We'd have to see what this law creates. I would like you, Kaika Itsuki, and all the voters that are watching right now to verify that.
It's now time for a guest to come on.
What?
10 days ago now, an anonymous boy posted a shocking video on the internet saying that his father was somebody who wanted to commit suicide. That boy is here with us today at the studio.
Unfortunately, we were unable to get through to his father to attend. But his mother is here today with him for some much-needed support. His father is someone who is trying to end his own life. Unfortunately, I don't have any of the details, so I can't really say anything. But even with that, when I heard that his father was going to kill himself, leaving his wife and child behind, I had to stop it. Even if his father's decision made sense, I'd stop it. Emotionally and without reason, I would stop it. So I can't enforce the law. It doesn't sit with me emotionally. I want to think the people believe and feel the same way as I do. I want to believe that the world is full of people who would stop others from committing suicide based on emotion. There's something he wants to tell the people of this great and caring nation.
I'm going to run in the election.
The deadline for candidates to register for the upcoming election is midnight. I want this boy to run in the parliamentary election.
What? Mr. Nomaru, is that allowed?
There are no age restrictions to become a member of the parliament. Even this boy could become a member of the parliament.
But even if he did get elected, would he be able to do the job that would be asked of him?
I will assist him in his role. I don't mind canceling my own candidacy to back up his election. He and I both want the same thing in the end. To oppose the suicide law and stop his father from committing suicide. As long as we accomplish that, it doesn't matter who gets elected to the parliament. I believe that he will get many votes in tomorrow's election. Please, I want all of you to protect them. Protect his father and protect him. Protect the future so that everyone in his family can all live together.
controlling the country and the people. Is that what a politician is?
Our operators have received many faxes and emails from viewers who say they felt moved by Nomaru's words and feel called to help.
Mr. Itsuki, if you would please. A young boy who is anonymous has just declared his candidacy.
There's no problem. I know that there are no age restrictions given. The most important thing is that the philosophy of the law is correct.
Philosophy?
The philosophy that everyone states their own opinion and decides through voting. I'm going to let the people decide who they think is correct, him or me. This is what an election should be like. But in order to make sure the public doesn't make the wrong decision, we have to reveal all of the relevant information to the public. He posted the video of his own free will. Since he can do that, that means that he's an individual who can make his own decisions. I admit, I was wrong in my thinking. Tayo, please take off your mask. The boy standing here is my son. The truth is that his father, who was trying to commit suicide, is actually me. The boy standing here is my son. The truth is that his father, who was trying to commit suicide, is actually me. I know this conversation isn't something suitable for public broadcast, and so I ask for you to please forgive me. This is my chance to explain to him, to help him, to talk him through my reasons.
I'm sorry.
Tayo, please don't apologize.
But why then?
I'm the one who should apologize, not you. I thought that you would not be able to accept the truth if I told you. Sorry. I'm sorry for treating you like a little kid.
Why then? Why are you going to die?
Well, son, one reason is that I'm very worried about your heart. Your heart won't be able to last much longer. But if you had your father's heart, you can survive.
It's my fault!
No, Tayo. It was because of your heart that made me start thinking. In fact, my boy, my suicide is not related to you. Of course, at first, I wanted to give my heart to you when I heard the news. But currently in this country, I'm not allowed to give my heart to you if I commit suicide. Not even for my son. Not in Japan, or any other country. So I thought, wouldn't it be so much better if it were possible to do so? Everything I said just now, everything, will be broadcast on TV all over the country and become big news. Because of that, a lot of people will want to help you any way they can. Can you imagine it? So many people are going to help fix your heart. You won't need to worry anymore. They'll write letters and donate too. Although, even then, that's still not enough. When I give my heart to you, I do not want this story to end with you being able to go on and live the rest of your life. No, it should be normal in the future for everyone. Not just for organ transplants. There are many things other than saving a loved one that I believe death can solve or improve. I think that humans can do a much better job of dealing with death. Tayo, when you want to become friends with someone, do you ever go and say bad things about them?
No, sir.
I want to become friends with death. Do you understand, son? And I would like everyone else out there to become friends with it as well. And to do that, I have to show them that death isn't bad. By using myself first, I'm going to die in order to prove that, so that the world can see. When that happens, my heart will be left over, but what you do with it will be up to you to decide. Even if you decide you're not going to use it, it's not related in any way with my plans in dying. Would it be a waste? So I hope you use it to heal. Tayo. Here.
Yes, pardon. We've received many faxes and emails. We've also received a few messages saying they'll let you use their own heart in healing Tayo so you won't need to die in order for him to live.
I won't use them. Someone else's heart could without a doubt save Tayo's life, and then he and I could continue living together. That's one possibility for the future, but I will not choose that for anyone. My stance is that I choose to die in place of someone else. The great significance of the suicide law is that it makes it possible for anyone to make that choice, and for anyone to choose death as their only solution. A stranger could say that they'll donate their heart to someone who is sick, and you could then refuse it and choose death instead. What you've seen taking place just now in this studio is a glimpse of the future to come. This is the value system in the new era. A world in which Tayo can live with my heart. And that is the world that the suicide law will make possible.
So then this is what he was after?
He managed to successfully overturn all the arguments listed in the debate. The supporters for the new law may start to increase.
No matter what happens, we're still going to carry out our duties according to plan.
The live broadcast is about to end. What do you want to do about Itsuki's wife and kid? They might go home altogether.
With that, our program has come to a close.
Thank you for joining us today. Reassign 2 people from Itsuki. Place them on his wife and kid. Get them to leave separate from Itsuki. Say it's for safety reasons. I'm addressing them as the wife and kid team.
Put Lieutenant Kujin and one more person on it.
Roger. Everyone, it's time to move.
This is Route Guard 1. The escort team just passed by. Over.
Copy that, Guard 1.
Route Guard 2 reporting in. The escort just passed by. Over.
Copy that, Guard 2.
This is the escort team. Please check. There's a commotion on the planned route. Over.
Please confirm the details. Over.
At the north side of the hall in the corridor near the studio. I heard something explode or burst. Don't know the details. Over.
Copy that. I'll contact you once I've confirmed. Proceed as planned. Over.
Right. Thanks. Thanks for waiting. We'll resume now.
This is Route Guard 5. The escort team just passed by. Over.
Copy that, Guard 5.
What's going on with that commotion by the studio, Commander?
Commander to Route Guard 1. Give me a sit rep on your findings. Over. Route Guard 1. Over. This is Commander to Route Guard 2. Over. Route Guard 3. Over.
A communication failure?
Route Guard 4. Over. Route Guard 5. Over. Route Guard 6. Over.
This is Route Guard 6. Over.
This is the Commander. Report on your status. Over.
The escort team hasn't come through here yet. Over.
Understood.
Commander to escort team. Over.
This is the escort team. We're heading towards Route Guard 6. Over.
Checking something. Wait there until further instructions.
This is the escort team. Standing by.
We lost contact with them after the escort team passed by. Commander to wife and child. Over. Something's not right.
Prosecutor Seizuki. I'll go check out the situation.
Be careful. Prioritize the route guards.
And wife and child?
Don't worry. Kujin is on the wife and child team.
Roger that.
Sekiro to Commander. Over.
This is the Commander. Over.
I met with the escort team right before Route Guard 6. I've confirmed Director Terao, his 5 men, and Itsuki are here.
There was nothing abnormal between the parking lot and here. Over.
Understood. Next, I would like you to go and check on Route Guards 5 through 1. Over.
Roger. Sekiro out.
Hey! Mr. Seizuki! Kujin! Kujin, what happened? What happened? Were you shot? Damn. Seizuki, we have to go get help.
We have to deal with this first. Seizuki, I shot my own leg, myself.
Huh?
It was a spur of the moment, but a good decision. If I hadn't done it, I wouldn't have made it this far. But no, it's impossible now. I can't seem to stop myself from going mad.
Magase? Was that Magase?
Probably. There's no one else it could have been.
Kujin, what did Magase do?
Just this. She whispered to me, softly, in my ear. That's all she did. And she took me out. Seizuki!
Don't stand, Kujin!
I'm going to stand. I came here because I had something to do. My radio was taken from me. I had to tell you by any means necessary. I even shot my leg so as to make it all the way here. It's because you're my dear friend. One of the few that I have. So please understand what I'm telling you. You have to run from here.
What?
Cancel everything and run away from this place as fast as you can. Don't try to catch her.
The message?
Don't ever get involved with her ever again. She's not something that any human can handle.
What the hell are you talking about?
Please understand what I'm saying, Seizuki. I always considered us to be friends. I don't want to meet you on the other side.
You idiot. You're not bleeding that heavily. You won't die from one bullet to your leg. Let's report to Director Terao.
You understand, don't you? You're a man, right? It's exactly like that. It feels like sex.
What are you talking about?
You want to hold it in. You want to keep going longer. But at the same time, you want to let it out. It's like that, Seizuki. It feels good, right? Beyond that, there's a line. If you cross it, it's going to overflow. It's the last wall. But if you cross, anyone would know. Even if it hasn't overflown yet. I can't take it anymore. You would know it's going to spill. You would definitely know that it's over. It's really just like that.
Hey! Kujin! Kujin!
Seizuki, I told you.
Escort! Over! Route guards! Is anyone there? Sekiro! No way!
She whispers softly in your ear.
Did she encourage the people she passed by to commit suicide? Was it that simple? Did they just do it because of that? Where is she?
Sekiro to Commander.
Sekiro, where are you?
Backstage at the NHC Large Hall.
I'll be there in 3 minutes. Tell me what's going on.
After I confirmed that the route guards were gone, I returned to where Director Terao was. But Mrs. Itsuki was there for some reason.
They were acting weird. I'm taking cover right now as we speak.
She's Magase. Be careful. She killed Kujin. Are you able to join the escort team?
No. I don't understand how the director is able to talk to her so nonchalantly. What a sinister woman.
Stay hidden until I get there. You hear me?
No. She noticed me.
Then run away! Right now!
I'm going to work with the director and go arrest Magase.
Stop! That's an order!
I'm out.
Sekiro! 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 Director! No. Come on. You're kidding me. Director? Mr. Terao! Sekiro! Where's Sekiro? Sekiro!
There was no sign of a physical struggle, and there were traces of gunpowder on the corpses. As for their wills, the handwriting all matched their own. Nothing was of suspect.
That wasn't a group suicide. That woman, Magase, killed them all! And then she kidnapped Assistant Officer Sekiro and just disappeared!
Prosecutor Seizuki, please get a hold of yourself. I know you're in shock, but in your testimony, you said you saw Kujin commit suicide.
Mom, get ready!
Okay.
It's not over yet. It can't be. If she was going to kill her, she would have made her commit suicide on the spot. Sekiro is still alive.
Like this? Oh. In progress? Seizuki!
Magase!
Seizuki, can you hear me? Hey, do you remember how I was talking about the hero?
The hero who saves the world all by himself, even if the people don't help him or bother to understand him. Remember that talk, huh?
Sekiro!
But you know, Seizuki, there's something even more wonderful.
Do you know what that might be?
It's having the people understand not only the hero's dreams, but also their feelings.
And then everyone understands, everyone helps, and everyone then saves the world together.
That's the most wonderful thing in the world, right?
What are you doing to her?
I want you to understand, Seizuki. That's all.
Hey, Seizuki. We're really not that different when it comes down to it. What I'm trying to do right now is something society considers really bad. So I would imagine you'd probably tell me to stop, right? Because it's bad.
What?
We also found this inside of his pocket.
Of course, the good person in you would have told me to stop doing bad things.
Hey, Magase, please stop.
But I know that it's wrong too. That it will be terrible. Right? I'm pretty sure we're thinking the exact same thing right now.
Stop it, please!
This is terribly wrong. It's really wrong. It's really, really
wrong. Now then, there's only one difference between us. You know what that is?
Magase!
Easy. I'm just evil.
Do you want to try?
Yeah! Really, I think that's the only difference between you and me. Hey, Seizuki, do you think it's impossible for people who like dogs and people who like cats to be compatible?
Magase, please stop!
I don't think so. If we understand each other, I'm sure we'll be able to understand the charm the other one brings. We're the same. There are people who like good things, and people who like bad things. That's the only difference. The one and only difference. So, Seizuki.
Magase! Magase!
Think about it. I want you to think about why I'm doing things like this. I want you to go deeper within yourself. And I want you to understand.
Magase!
I don't want you to think there's no meaning to it because an evil person does it. And I don't want you to think that a good person couldn't understand the bonds of evil. There's a meaning to evil.
Stop!
But I know it's selfish of me to say, but I want you to understand the meaning of evil so soon. It's because you've been raised in a good society, surrounded by good things all your life. You're a good person through and through, Seisuke. You've never thought about something bad, have you? You have no idea what evil is, do you?
I beg you!
So then try. Think about it today. Do it. Try confronting evil for the first time in your life. I will help you as much as I can with all that I am able.
Hey, Seisuke. What?
Magase!
This is something bad. Why does society see it as bad to kill someone? Why is it then considered good to let people live? Why is that? How come? Alright, Seisuke, think about it. What is bad?
Please stop!
What is evil, really?
I'll do it. I'll think about it. Just please stop!
You'll be okay. You'll get it. I'm sure there's nothing you wouldn't be able to understand. I mean, after all, we're both just human, right?
Seisuke, I'm sure you'll understand. I'm sure! You'll understand!
Seisuke, thanks for your hard work. Gotta say, I was surprised.
voting results are in. 4 people voted neutral, 48 in support, and 48 in opposition. The faction in favor of the suicide law and the one against it both captured the same number of seats. The vote to decide whether the suicide law...
If you only look at the numbers, the vote looks evenly split. However, we must admit, this vote is a sure victory for the faction in favor of the law. So everyone's been killed, huh?
It's not your fault, Mr. Seizuki.
Fumio's right. There's nothing anyone could have done. Sekiro's death is the only one that the police determined as a murder. Everyone else was determined to be a suicide.
Not only that, but the police are trying to cover up the group's suicide to avoid a scandal. As a result, they still haven't started a large-scale investigation into Officer Sekiro's murder, so it seems.
I guess it can't be helped, huh? By the way, I heard Itsuki made an appearance right after the suicide law vote.
Today, Mayor Kaika Itsuki spoke before an audience of staff members at the Shiniki
Seems he
City
succeeded.
Hall.
He finally made it into Shiniki City Hall.
I wonder what's going to happen now, Mr. Seizuki.
Prosecutor Seizuki?
Sekiro!
Prosecutor Seizuki? Tell me, what does justice mean to you?
Justice. I don't...
Wow, look at that! It's really big!
I'm coming! Zen? Another package just got delivered for you.
There's no way for Nomaru to stop Itsuki now. Now that he's lost his title after the election, he has no choice but to grit his teeth and watch while Itsuki's career takes off.
Yeah.
Also, as for the group suicide, I can't publish anything. Nothing can be said on it.
I see.
I believe you that it happened like that, of course. I tried probing further through NHC and the police department, and even though I was able to confirm the group suicide did happen, you're telling me it was all done by just one woman. Without proof? The article would sound like I was writing about the occult. Sorry, Zen. I really am.
The Shiniki Suicide General Support Organization, a center supporting people who have chosen in a correct manner, was established today in Shiniki. Approximately 3 weeks have passed since the enactment of the law, which happens to coincide with the group suicide that occurred on the 6th, where several individuals jumped to their deaths off the rooftop of the Shiniki City Hall, sparking outrage and sympathy amongst the people, and spurning
then come to my office in the afternoon.
Law set in place by the new mayor.
But I thought I wasn't supposed to go out.
I don't care.
Shiniki Suicide General Support Organization. Right now, there's a long line waiting to get in.
I'm sure you've heard about it through the news. Recently, they started to put the suicide law into effect here. Nukes, the drug for euthanasia, was announced in a highly public manner as not to be ignored.
So now all the pharmaceutical companies will be allowed to manufacture generic versions. So, the suicide drug is going to spread around the world. And now they've opened a center for supporting suicide. I'm sure more and more people are going to opt for suicide.
Actually, the number of people committing suicide has decreased. The times could be changing. Though it's different from the ideal vision that Mr. Nomaru and I had. Seizaki, I put you through a lot of grief. I'm sorry. Effective immediately, I'm resigning my post. I'm too old and set in my ways. Once you become my age, you can't change the way you think. But you should keep thinking. Think about what is right. Think about what justice is.
I'm so very sorry, sir.
Lift your head. Do not apologize. They were only fulfilling their sworn duties.
But
I am the one who consented to the plan to kidnap Itsuki. I am the one responsible. Thank you for your dedicated work on such a hard case. Can I ask you one last thing, if you would? Are you the one who let Hiyasa go alone?
Yes.
I see then. Thank you. You can go.
Is it true that you were a tomboy when you were a kid?
That's right.
Wow! And yet you've become such a sophisticated actress.
Asuma, let's go shopping now.
Okay, I'll get my hat. That's sweet of you. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope your future only continues to get brighter, and you get all the roles
Zen?
you wish for.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Asuma and I are going to be just fine. Listen, Zen, you should choose the path you believe in.
Hey, hurry up! Let's go!
All right.
See you later, Dad!
Well then, we'll be off now.
Yeah.
Now, let's ask people from around town on their opinions. Excuse me, sir? Do you know anything about the recent suicide support organization that was just opened?
No way.
I saw it on the news.
What did you think?
Honestly...
Are you Zen?
Who are you?
Right. My name is Samuel Hardy from the FBI. I'd like to have a word with you.
What does the FBI want from me?
The group suicide that happened at the NHC Center.
Yeah?
You were there. Tell us what you know about that incident. Leave nothing out.
All right. I promise to give you all the information I have. Full disclosure on one condition.
Hello. Nice to meet you. My name is Alexander W. Wood, but everyone just calls me Alex. 47 years ago, I was born into a normal family in a normal neighborhood from Boston. I grew up surrounded by my parents' love, but unfortunately, I was a sickly child. I was always sick with a cold year after year, and because of that, I spent my weekends going to the hospital. When I was a kid, it was hard for me not being able to study or play with the other kids in the neighborhood because of my illness. Then, one day, I made up my mind. If I was going to be stuck living like this my entire life, then I was going to try doing everything that I could do. I used every method I could think of in becoming healthy and curing my illness. After a while, I finally conquered it. That experience was a huge factor in deciding how I go about living my life now. Consider all possibilities and contemplate them to the extent that time permits. That's how I've lived until now. When I entered college, I started living in a dorm, and a whole new world opened up. That's where I found out about Explorer Online, also known as EO. I got addicted to that game immediately. Even though no one told me to do such a thing, I stayed up all night, every day. Eventually, I became one of the top players in the game. Then, one day, I met a beginner to the game. A noob, if you will.
Nice to meet you. I just started playing EO. Can you teach me how to play this game?
Okay, sure. No problem.
Which weapon should I buy?
You don't need to buy weapons in the early stages. You'll get a better weapon later on.
There's a particular monster I can't beat. What should I do?
You need a strategy for defeating powerful monsters. Oh?
Thanks for teaching me. If you don't mind, can I take you out to dinner?
I knew the player I was helping mentor was female. She said her name was Emma. I really regretted going. A guy like me who couldn't do anything except study and play games, and a girl like her who looked just like a model, would never work out for real. Goodbye then.
You know, I was really looking forward to coming out and finally meeting you. But you were thinking about something else the whole time. Apparently, seeing what I look like must have made you feel inferior in the man department. That's why you got scared and wanted to run away just now. Have confidence in yourself. Listen, you have strengths in which you won't lose. You're a legend in the EO world. The strategy you invented completely changed how people do battle. The mining deposit you discovered caused people to build a new city. You accomplished something that no one else could, and you did it all by yourself.
Well, that was just because I did it little by little.
And no matter how much you try to deny it, I'm going to affirm the way you live, Alex Wood.
8 years after that unusual encounter, Emma, amazingly, became my wife. And this here is my son, Oliver. Unlike me when I was a child, he lives his life enjoying good health. Even though I had a happy and wonderful family, there was something I couldn't stop thinking about. Why did a beautiful woman like her ever choose to become my wife? It's a question I've thought about for all these years, but I still haven't found the answer. But like all things, I still believe that most problems in life can be solved if you keep thinking about them. After all, that's the way I live.
Alex? How long are you gonna stay in there? It's almost time for work.
Okay, I'll be done soon.
You were thinking about something, weren't you?
But there always seems to be a time limit in the real world. I guess you could say that's my biggest problem.
France, huh?
I suspected they'd do this. They have a high suicide rate to begin with. Not only that, but they have a rather stable society and their citizens are getting bored. I mean, when people have too much time on their hands, all sorts of bad things can happen.
Huh. Well then, I wonder what Luca is thinking.
I bet he's going to say something bold again.
He often says inappropriate things out of carelessness. He's a person who often causes trouble. But I guess that's just his own way of presenting himself. In actuality, he's a calculating imposter through and through.
Thanks for your hard work. So then, France?
Yes, Grenoble. 3 hours from Paris, 150K.
Not a very big city.
Compared to Shiniki.
Anyway, should we have a telephone conference?
I've already proposed it.
I like how you're always so fast. Although, I don't think we have to be in such a hurry just yet.
It's a delicate matter, and I don't want us to give off the impression that the government isn't being serious.
You know something? Everyone dies. If you call it a delicate matter, no one's going to be able to grow old in peace. So where's the second city that picked it up?
It's Halifax, in Canada.
So it looks here like it started 1 month ago.
Shiniki. A new initiative proposed by an island country in the Far East. The news of it was broadcast around the world. At first, it was just a fire on the other side of the ocean to us here in the States. But
now that fire has spread to our neighbors next door.
But now I wonder why those two cities hurried to adopt the new law.
The two cities that followed in Shiniki's footsteps both have universities. Maybe it means people good in academics are more suicidal.
Approaching death like that isn't a smart thing to do, though.
But animals don't commit suicide, do they? Knowledge and death both gather at the same place.
Hi.
Wow, it's AWW!
Were you talking about the suicide law?
Yep, I just saw it on the news.
What do you think?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not a topic to be taken lightly.
To be honest, I don't think suicide is a good thing. But I feel it's wrong to assert that no one should take their own life.
That makes sense.
But I don't want to die yet. I wouldn't mind dying if there was no death penalty.
Punishment, huh?
Yes, regarding that issue, we're in the process of coordinating within the party.
Minister, are you saying that the government of Japan will dismantle Shiniki once you've finished coordinating within the party?
Well, I'm still trying to coordinate in regards to the conclusion as well, and opinions are split within the party. It's still going to take some time.
Pardon. I have an urgent notification. Sorry. I suggest we pick up this discussion some other time.
He's just trying to keep up the bluff as long as he possibly can.
The government of Japan has lost control of Shiniki completely, so it would seem.
Yeah, it looks like the Shiniki initiative had some illegal aspects to it when it was first introduced. And their new mayor, Kaika Itsuki, has control of the proof. So then, Japan's government is afraid. They don't want a scandal. You know, out of everyone, I never thought the bullet would come from Japan.
Having a missile fired at us would have been easier. This is an indiscriminate attack by an ideology. It's terrorism.
Hey, Dad?
Yeah?
Can you tell me what's going on with that whole thing?
You mean the suicide law?
Yeah, I thought suicide was wrong, but according to 3 cities, they're already allowing suicide to become legal. Me and my friends are all confused about the whole situation right now. Isn't committing suicide something bad?
Truthfully, even your dad doesn't really know whether suicide is bad or not.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I'm researching it now.
Did you find something out?
Want to know?
Yeah.
I never knew this before now either. But in the Bible, it doesn't actually say that committing suicide is a sin.
Then, does that mean it's okay to do it?
Well, I'm not sure. To tell the truth, I've just started to think about suicide myself as well.
Newsflash. Our latest reports show that the suicide law...
4 cities have now adopted the suicide law.
We weren't expecting this. I can't believe that it's happening right in Hartford.
This country isn't going to waver. Not over this.
You're early.
The status?
This was completely out of the blue. The CIA doesn't have information. It's not good.
Have you notified him?
Yes, an hour ago. But you should know it's still going to take a lot more time. He never acts in haste. They don't call him the Thinker for nothing.
How much time, though?
The longest it's ever taken.
Mr. President.
The 4th city, huh?
So it looks here like it started 1 month ago.
Shiniki. A new initiative proposed by an island country in the Far East. The news of it was broadcast around the world.
But according to 3 cities, they're already allowing suicide to become legal. Isn't committing suicide something bad?
This is an indiscriminate attack by an ideology. It's terrorism.
The fourth city, huh?
I can't believe that it's happening right in Hartford.
But like all things, I still believe that most problems in life can be solved if you keep thinking about them. But there always seems to be a time limit in the real world. I guess you could say that's my biggest problem.
The population of Hartford is 125,000. This figure only includes the residents. The number of people active in the city is 1.2 million. The city was once regarded as a trading hub, and many insurance companies are still located there today because of it. The current mayor, Benicio Flores, is from Puerto Rico. He went to the University of Hartford and University of Connecticut. This is his second term.
He's a Republican, huh? Can you tell me what he's like?
He's mild-mannered, he's a moderate, he's a politician with a clean image.
Clean enough to make the residents follow the law?
Well, I'm not really sure.
Did you contact him?
Yes. Apparently, he hasn't refused to talk to the government yet.
Then...
we'll talk to him in 1 hour.
Yeah, thank you. And contact the CIA and the FBI also. And, just take care of this as fast as you can, please.
We have a meeting with France coming up soon, and now we have this on our back?
Well, domestic affairs first.
Mr. President, have you come to a conclusion yet, sir?
Well, I'm still missing a lot of pieces.
Mr. President, if I may just point out, sir, I'm just carrying out my normal duties as the city's mayor.
Huh? And what are those?
To me, I believe a mayor's duty is to provide his constituents with a safe, healthy, and prosperous lifestyle. With keeping those in mind, I heard about a law that embodies a new initiative known as the suicide law. Once I knew more of it, I decided that adopting this new law would improve the lives of residents of Hartford, giving them much freedom.
I see, then. But I still feel, perhaps,
that you're rushing the matter a bit too much. Could you, tell me, why did you skip all of the necessary processes so as to hurry to adopt the suicide law so quickly?
Well... excuse me. You're right. Mr. President, to be honest, the reason is a little abstract and not altogether a very logical explanation, but...
I don't mind knowing. Continue on.
Yes. For example, sir, if you trace the roots of our country, the United States, you'll find that it starts with Columbus's discovery of the new continent. The passion felt by the people in search of the new continent was what paved the way to this new and wonderful land. And in the 19th century, our country experienced the gold rush. People tamed the wild lands in the West in search of gold. They had the will, the dynamism, and the courage to set foot into untrodden territory. I believe we still possess that spirit.
The frontier spirit.
That's right. I saw the frontier of mankind with the suicide law. It's just as you said, Mr. President. I could have spent more time investigating it thoroughly, but I couldn't stop myself from moving forward. I know I might be overstepping here, but in my opinion, this is what it means to have courage.
Powers not delegated by the Constitution of the United States belong to the state and the people. In principle, that means we don't have the power to object to Hartford's adoption of the suicide law. I just wanted to tell you that we have no intention of fighting against your state on this.
Well, Mr. President.
But it's not that I completely approve either. I'm just putting this on hold. The government and I both have our own powers, of course. If it comes to it,
I can sign an executive order to deploy troops to Connecticut and put a stop to it all.
What?
Well, let's stay in close contact while all of this is playing out.
I think that was more than enough.
I wonder how many more cities are going to adopt the new suicide law.
The think tanks are analyzing it right now. First, we need to determine whether it was natural, whether the suicide law in those 3 cities really came about out of their own free will.
You mean a conspiracy?
Each city came to the decision quickly. Rather than all of them being influenced by one another, I think it's likely the cities were in contact behind the scenes and coordinated the timing of their announcements.
Do you have any evidence?
The investigations are ongoing, but it's still just a guess at this point.
I feel the same way, Mr. President. To be honest, sir, it seems likely that there are people orchestrating this in secret.
Please, continue with the investigation.
Dead slow ahead. As usual, huh?
He's always like this. His nickname, The Thinker, fits him perfectly.
I have another nickname that I've heard him being called, The Honest Man.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, is it? He was able to make Flores stop just by hinting that he'd send the army to Connecticut. Honesty can turn out to be a tough weapon when used in the right hands.
Well, just between you and I, we often get hurt because of that double-edged sword he's known to wield.
Let me tell you something. I don't have the time to start a serious discussion here. Not about some stupid childish house rule cooked up by the mayor of a small town in Asia that no one has ever heard of before now.
That's just what I wanted to talk about.
Aren't you going to see the mayor of Grenoble?
Why would I? I don't even remember his name. He's just an average guy whose only talent is raising money. I bet he just went along with the suicide law because he thought it would bring in good business.
Don't you think you're being pretty careless?
I think this is a huge social problem for our joint societies as a whole. And by the way you're speaking, I can't discern. Are you making light of him, or are you making light of the problem itself?
If you must know my thoughts, Alex, I will tell you what I'm doing. I'm not making light of the problem if that's what you think. What I'm doing is actually making it less of a problem.
Huh?
Politics is equivalent to controlling the sentiment of the people. For stupid initiatives like this dumb suicide law, all you have to do is treat them like low-quality fads and stamp them out. You don't have to keep up the charade that those crazy youngsters started.
Are you talking about Itsuki? Agreed. I think he's the important one we need to focus on. I think perhaps he still has something else up his sleeve. Some cards he hasn't laid out on the table. It's just a gut feeling, though.
Don't know, but I'm not interested.
I'm a little interested in it, though.
I told you, I don't know and don't want to know. Why don't you ask him directly? Don't you?
Ah. Do we have the option of meeting Itsuki?
We don't.
But
I said we don't. Politics is equivalent to controlling the sentiment of the people. Luca has a point. During the televised debate, Itsuki appealed to the people's emotions. He's still popular now. If you make an appearance, Itsuki would make a great performance out of it.
Okay, let's forget about it then. Apocalypticism. Is he planning to resurrect the devil all over again? An evil person. Someone who's going to destroy the world.
Do you have conclusive evidence to support this? I see. Very well. We'll notify the president tomorrow.
What's this?
It's some new information about the existence of a particular person.
And this person, they have something to do with the problems going on with the suicide law?
That's what we think, and might be involved in the adoption by the other countries.
You're right. If that report really is true, then it's a real possibility she had a hand in it. By the way, Director, which person?
They're all the same person.
Please then explain more, Director.
Mr. President, do you mind if I bring an investigator here for a moment?
Sure, go right ahead. Pleased to meet you. Welcome to the White House. Let's get right down to business. Can you tell me what you know about the woman Ai Magase?
Yes, sir.
In other words, it kind of sounds like a form of hypnotism. Is that what you would classify it as?
That's the idea, more or less. However, it's more effective by sheer magnitude.
And with just one word, it's over for you?
Yes. She doesn't need a lot of time. She can make people end up like that just by whispering in their ear.
Do you mean they choose suicide?
They give in to the temptation. Magase can lead people astray without laying a single finger on them. She can make them cross the line. And once they've crossed it, they end up wanting to die as quickly as possible.
Do you think this woman is involved in the increase in the number of cities allowing the suicide law?
Most likely. I believe Itsuki and Magase are up to something on a global scale. If I were to make a guess, they'll try to bring about something horrible once the law is in effect. That's what I think, at least. And in order to stop that from happening, I came here to the United States.
I have to say, though, he seems like he's a little tormented.
I think we should check whether his information is credible or not.
What a mess. How are we ever supposed to catch a woman who could be traveling around the world when we don't even know what she looks like from a day-to-day basis?
We can't track through passenger manifests, and we won't find her in camera footage.
What do you suggest we do?
As of now, I'm going to send him to Hartford with one of my men.
That sounds like a good enough plan. Maybe they left behind a few traces.
By the way, Mr. President, that man, he would like to become an official investigator for the FBI.
Become official?
Yes. He's still special appointment and doesn't have the authority granted to normal investigators yet.
I looked through the documents. He's not a U.S. citizen, is that correct? Granting him the status of an official FBI investigator would be quite difficult to make happen.
You could grant it to him if you use your executive privilege. To hire him through the normal route, he would need to serve a certain number of hours. But if you ordered it, he wouldn't need to go through the process. And I recommend him too. Can you appoint him?
You too? Why are you so adamant?
I can give you 3 reasons for it. The first, he used to be in special investigations in the public prosecutor's office in Japan. He is highly capable. The second is that he's an important witness in the case we're investigating. He's the person who's come the closest to the criminal. And the third is that man is dangerous. I could tell the moment that I first met him that something wasn't quite normal. During my time as an investigator, I've seen a lot of men with eyes like his. I sense insanity in his obsession with chasing down Magase. And I think he may be hiding something as well.
I see then. I'll leave the investigation up to you. But please, give me some time to think about the appointment. Villain.
I don't recognize either one of them. I've never met these women, nor have I ever spoken to them.
I see then.
Mayor. You mind if I ask you a question on something?
Sure.
What was it that made you want to adopt the suicide law?
Do you mean the reason?
That's what I'm asking. When was the moment that you decided you were going to adopt it?
Well, when was the moment? Before I even realized, I had already felt deeply moved by the idea behind the law.
One more question. Did it not turn into the basis upon which you judge good and evil?
Hey.
Please answer.
So good and evil. The great prolific American writer Mark Twain, who was also from Hartford, by the way, said this in The Mysterious Stranger. Of all the animals, man is the only one that is cruel. He is the only one that inflicts pain for the pleasure of doing it, and the goodness of people's hearts is born out of that. Evil exists because of good. Do you understand that? Good and evil aren't significant enough or different enough to form a basis for judgment.
Hey Zen, why did you ask the mayor that?
I was looking for some clues. It didn't seem like he was lying, though.
I see. That's a record of the visitors who came to see Flores this past month. There's also a list of his public and private calls. The FBI looked it up for me.
Thanks for this. I don't see any suspicious calls here.
Well then, maybe they talked to him earlier.
I don't think so.
Why?
Hartford is known as the insurance capital of the world. The economy depends on the insurance industry, and there's a fat pipeline connecting Mayor Flores and the insurance companies. But then take a look at this.
If some time had passed after the decision to adopt the suicide law, then they would have already finished coordinating something, right?
So if Magase did make contact with Flores, it'd be recent. I would say it would need to be within the last week or so.
Well then. How's this? 2 days before the announcement of the suicide law, he visited an end-of-life care facility.
Mayor Flores saw 3 patients while he was visiting here the other week. The mayor greeted them with nothing but kindness and gentle appreciation.
Was one of them a woman by chance?
Yes, there was.
I'd like to see her if you don't mind.
Yes. It's just that she's... It'll be okay, Mom.
What a brave child. She's not crying over the death of her mother.
Look at this.
What's wrong?
It's the schedule for the time between Flores visiting the patients and the time he actually left. It's off by a full 10 minutes.
We received a phone call. It was a family member of someone who passed away while here. They really wanted to talk to the mayor.
Tell me all the details.
Did you hear that person's voice?
No. I have a recording, though. As a policy of our facility, we record all phone calls.
This is Flores.
Mayor? I was there. With my grandmother in her final moments. At the facility you're visiting now. Thank you for all of your support. It means a lot to me.
I'm glad we could help.
Thanks to you. My grandmother departed. This world in relative peace.
I will continue to strive to improve the state of end-of-life care in Hartford. Now that your grandmother has been called to God's side, may she rest in peace. Is something wrong?
Mayor?
Yes?
Mayor?
What is it?
Mr. Seizuki?
Zen?
Are you listening?
I'm listening.
You know, we don't get called to go outside.
What did you say?
God doesn't exist. He's made up.
What in the world?
I have something to tell you. You know, Mr. Seizuki, when you die, it's over.
call was made from Germany.
Germany.
We're trying to pinpoint the exact location now.
Is she really in Germany? I knew it.
2 cities at the same time?
It's the G6.
It all started in Japan, then Canada, France, the US, and now Germany and Italy.
Let's contact the British Embassy, even if we're too late to stop her.
We, the citizens of Germany, follow the policies of our country and comply with its rules. We believe it's our right to live in a way that contributes to order. But, if speaking personally, I believe that Heidelberg's policy is worth considering and looking into.
So are you adopting a position in favor of the suicide law, then?
I have no plans to. But there's some truth to the suicide law's implication that morality and the law can change. Things that were right in the past may not necessarily be right in the future.
Do you think suicide is really a good thing?
It's possible. There's not enough time to find the answer.
That's the real problem.
I wish I could tell you to take your time in thinking more about it. But I think it's imperative that we make a statement regarding the law at the summit next week.
Yes, you're right.
So you're still deferring your decision? Mr. President, we're at a big turning point in our country right now. Changes in our values will result in new societal norms. Then the people must decide themselves, not the government and not the private sector. If that decision represents a step forward towards a better future, then we won't be afraid to choose to adopt the suicide law.
Did Flores change his mind because of that voice?
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
But I heard the voice speaking as well, and nothing happened to me because of it. Huh? Who's that?
I haven't seen you for a while, even though we're neighbors.
I'm so ashamed. I skipped another meeting to come here. It happened again at the funeral for the students who committed mass suicide in Denver the other day. I still didn't know the exact words to say to someone to stop them from considering suicide as an option.
Are you trying to prepare a fight against suicide?
I don't even know if I should fight against it in the first place.
It's going to take some time. That cannot be helped. It's a hard issue.
I did some research into what the Bible says on it. Not once did I see an instance of it saying that suicide is a sin. I couldn't find anything specifically that says God intends to punish those who commit suicide.
You've done a lot of research. There's only one related sentence in the 10 Commandments from God: "Thou shalt not kill." The rejection of suicide is nothing more than a broad interpretation of this sentence.
Hold on!
If we want to go to heaven in the Last Judgment, we must follow the 10 Commandments. However, the 10 Commandments are nothing more than a broad interpretation of 2 rules. Thou shalt love thy Lord, and also,
thou shalt love thy neighbor. Well then, if thou shalt love thy neighbor takes more precedence over thou shalt not kill, then killing someone for the purpose of loving your neighbor. In other words, does that mean that the 10 Commandments support committing suicide out of love for someone else?
You there! It's dangerous! Come back!
It's fine. I'm fine standing here.
Please, come over here!
I'm going to go join my mom.
No!
Why? The authorities told me it would be okay if I did it.
Wait!
God is the one who judges whether suicide is right or whether it is wrong. However, Mr. President, there's one piece of truth I feel it important for me to tell you. And that is that God loves all humankind. His most treasured love is infinite.
When you die, it's over.
You're right. My memory isn't too clear on this matter, but I think the moment I decided to adopt the suicide law was right after receiving this call.
Do you remember the woman? Her impression?
Sorry, I do not remember.
All right, I see.
Sir, that girl who gave you the bouquet at the hospice, she threw herself into the river.
I heard that. Unfortunate. The suicide law hasn't even been adopted officially into our system.
What do you mean?
What? Exactly what it sounds like.
Damn it.
Huh?
What the hell did you say to her?
It's fine. The authorities told me it would be okay if I did it.
When I was about to leave the place, she asked me, what am I supposed to do with myself after my mother leaves me? That's why I told her this about death. Death is not something to be afraid of. You must accept it as a part of life.
You said that crap to a little kid? How could you say something so brutal like that? And to a kid whose mother had collapsed?
You say cruel? Maybe that's what you think. But I'm sure it saved her from her despair. She made a choice that would fit her best. By choosing death, she restored peace within her own heart and departed us to be with her mother that she loved. Do you, Special Agent, oppose her choice? Her will?
I don't understand. It was like talking to someone from a faraway land who speaks a totally different language.
You're not wrong in thinking that.
Do you get it? What he said?
Well, just think calmly about it. People aren't going to do it just because the government says they're going to allow it. Saying they adopted the suicide law, I'm going to die now, isn't exactly what I would call a common rational decision. A normal person who weighs the pros against the cons probably wouldn't choose to commit suicide after that. It's just a simple calculation. If a few players from the worst team in the league decide to commit suicide, then they're never going to be able to beat Milan since they can't even beat them now. I'm sure the people are capable of imagining...
That press conference was horrible.
Claiming that market forces always lead to the appropriate state is so typical of him. Cannavaro is just a basic economist. And the president?
Unfortunately, he's still thinking on it. But we're almost out of time before he needs to act.
Yeah, you're right. But if we cut back on the summit to only the main session, we can make some time up.
I'm sure that would make the president so very happy, just like a kid who was given more time to play at recess.
In any era of time, the kids are the ones who are always right. The president will be able to find it. He'll find the thing that we are unable to see.
Where's Oliver?
He hasn't come back yet. Basketball.
He's even busier than the president.
Looks like things aren't going well. With you. Your thinking is stuck, right?
Yeah. Always right. My thinking is at a dead end.
It can't be helped. You're terrible at thinking about things.
Well, yeah, that's true. I still can't see it clearly. Maybe I don't have enough information, or maybe I just need to...
No.
Why did you do that?
I was told to do so. By God himself. Alex, let me tell you something. In this world, we never have all the information. We either have too much or not enough. All you have to do is keep putting one foot in front of the other, even when you have too much or too little and you can't decide. It'll be fine, and you'll be fine also. God gave you something very important to do.
What's that?
To know. Things that you find that catch your eye. Things that make you curious about how they feel. Things that send a shiver down your spine. Things that make your balls shrink. You just have to search. If you're next to something, then pick it up. If you don't have to worry about the time, keep searching until you're satisfied and thinking as much as you want. That's what your job is. That's what you're in charge of. That's the role only you can play.
That's the role? You're sure that's all I have to do?
I'm sure. If there's a problem, then Taylor and Edmund will take care of it. And don't forget, Oliver and I, and the people of the United States will all help you, because you're Alex, and our beloved president.
That was nice. I'm very happy to hear that, dear. I see. Then I apologize for the short notice.
It's not a problem.
I'm guessing you like dark suits. Don't you have other colors?
I don't have any with me. I just arrived here recently.
So, Zen Seizeki. Does Zen refer to meditation? Like maybe Zen Buddhism?
It's not the same Zen. My name means good. Good in English, that is. As in good and evil.
Zen. What a great name to have.
Thank you.
Mom!
Huh?
Oh.
This is Zen Seizeki with the FBI.
The FBI?
What did you want? You called for me, right?
Oh, it can wait for later. Sorry, please excuse me.
Oh. Do you like kids?
I heard about what went on in Hartford. It's unfortunate what happened to the girl. So Flores was being controlled, you say? By Magase?
Yes.
You already told me what Zen means. What does I mean?
It means love.
Well, what can I say here? But what an ironic name.
Mr. President, did you call me here to learn more about Magase?
No, I'll leave that up to you if you don't mind. I want you and Bradham to find the best way to deal with that situation.
Then?
Yes, well, I suppose what I wanted to talk about is your experience with suicide.
That's,
I've been thinking a lot about suicide for these past few weeks now. I'm still thinking about it. I'm sorry if I touch on old wounds you carry around in your heart. Zen, I think you've experienced more death than anyone else that I know of in the world. You're the person who's had the closest look at a world where the suicide law exists. That's why I wanted to ask you your thoughts on suicide, the death of a person. How do you feel about it? I want to be able to judge whether the suicide law is right or wrong.
Sorry, but I was lying.
What? Are you serious?
I told Bradham when I came that I wanted to become an official investigator and catch Magase. But that's not true. There's another reason I wanted to become an investigator.
Why is that?
I would be issued a gun.
Then are you saying that you're here hoping to kill Magase?
Yes.
Are you trying to get revenge then? For your friends? Who were killed by Magase?
I had a subordinate. He was a young man. The first time I met him, I remember thinking to myself that he wouldn't last long in this office. My predictions were wrong. He had a lot of pride in his work and had big dreams. I looked forward to his future, but he hung himself soon afterwards. I had a friend. He was an easygoing man. He was a detective, but not the type who always thought he was right. He wasn't that serious. He knew what he was capable of and what he wasn't. He did what he could handle without pushing himself too far. He was a righteous and easygoing person. I always depended on his laissez-faire approach to life. He shot himself in the head. And then, Hiasa came along. I can't even explain it well myself. She was my subordinate, but I think I had other feelings for her too. Not romantic feelings. I looked up to her. She was a woman who lived by the principle of upholding justice. She believed in justice from the bottom of her heart and tried to embody it. I thought that upholding justice meant I would be keeping her pure. She was chopped to pieces while still alive. I won't deny trying to get revenge. I hate Magase. I despise her. But there's something more than that. Something that I'm also sure of. Magase is pure evil. I have to kill her. For the sake of the whole world. I have to end her miserable life no matter what. If I don't, people are going to keep dying. By her hand. So I will go and kill that woman. I have to.
And you believe that to be the right thing?
In the past, I used to say this to my subordinate. Keep thinking about what justice is, and what it means to be right.
Do you have a family?
I do. A wife and son.
Are they in Tokyo now?
I asked a friend that I trust to look after them.
Do you have any pictures of your family? He looks adorable. He's so cute. How old?
He's 7.
Your wife looks so cheerful. And innocent as well.
That cheerfulness of hers has saved me many times over. Not only my mood, but when it comes to my clothes, I always end with black if I choose myself.
If you kill Magase, you can't go back anymore. Don't you want to go back?
I asked a friend I trust to take care of them.
I see. Investigator from the Federal Bureau, Zen Seizaki. I hereby appoint you as an official investigator. Once the application is complete, you'll then be issued a gun as part of your official set of equipment. Investigator Seizaki.
Yes.
The power of the President of the United States is immense, as well as all-encompassing. What I'm trying to say here is, from now on, you're not allowed to respond to my orders with anything other than an enthusiastic and adamant yes, sir. Understood?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving an order, Investigator Zen. No matter what happens, you must go back to your family. No matter what you do, and no matter what it takes of you. As for the gun I'm giving you, I just want you to use it to do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
We have to go. We gotta get this under control. Let's go. What are you doing?
Press conference starting. The preparations are ready, sir.
I apologize for a late summons. Thank you all for attending this press conference on such a short notice. 30 minutes ago, The city of Southampton in the United Kingdom just announced the adoption of the suicide law. As a result of that, there are currently 7 cities in the world that have adopted the new suicide law. Following my announcement of our adoption of the suicide law 2 months ago, 1.5 million people in 6 cities have been given the freedom to commit suicide as an alternative. The world has started to set off down a path of its own will. The world is going through a revolution. I must not let myself be afraid of progress either. To succeed, we must go hand in hand, steering the revolution towards success. So I'm going to organize the first meeting. I will look into gathering the leaders of cities that have adopted the suicide law so far.
Suicide cities?
A meeting among the leaders?
The date will be in 4 days. The location is here in Shiniki. I want to invite the leaders of the 6 cities that have adopted the law. Let's all gather together as one team. Let's engage in a candid discussion about the new law and how best we can represent it. When we're alone, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. But we can work together and move forward. We need the wisdom and the power of people from all around the world. I hope you all agree to participate in this general debate regarding the suicide law at the new Suicide Summit.
That SOB's trying to compete with our international summit.
Mr. President.
I see. Yes, I see. I don't need to spend all my time thinking about whether suicide is right or wrong. They'll all think about it for me instead. It's like he said, we'll work together and discuss it. We have other things to think about, bigger things. Finally now, I can get to working. All right, Taylor. It's time for the summit.
The G7 summit will begin at 1 p.m. at this special venue on Ellis Island in Upper New York Bay. As the world trembles with the suicide law, these 7 leaders will choose the direction in which our world will take. What will they choose? Will they agree to the new suicide law or reject it? 3 countries have not yet stated their position: America, Japan, and Germany. The key on making that final and important decision seems to be held by the United States of America, the host country, and the thinker. A conference between the mayors of the...
What is your opinion of this suicide summit, Investigator Seizuki?
The fact that it coincides with this summit is no coincidence. It means Itsuki is definitely up to something. However, the person you should watch out for is that woman, Ai Magase.
Gathered together to decide the future of humanity. What will be the final verdict of the Big 7?
First on the agenda, why don't we have each country state its position on this new law? Let's hear your arguments for and against the suicide law. First...
I'll go first then.
All right, Prime Minister Carey, begin.
For Canada, our mentality puts us in complete agreement with the law. We continue to enact progressive policies in regards to homosexuality. Our awareness on sexuality constitutes progress for humankind. People have the right to make decisions regarding their own sexuality, regardless of biological constraints.
In other words, are you trying to say that our lifespan is also another constraint?
That's what I'm saying. Being able to choose when you die is an escape from the constraint imposed by our lifespans. In that case, we should accept it as a difference in values.
Canada's conclusion depends on the assumption that only a small fraction of the people would actually commit suicide. You haven't considered the possibility that the majority would choose it. This is different from homosexuality. If more people commit suicide, the nation will collapse. The number of citizens would keep decreasing. Listen, the leader of a nation has to think 50 years or 100 years into the future. I will now state France's position on the new law. We cannot accept this suicide law. If there's a possibility the law would negatively affect society, then we must eliminate it.
I see then. Apparently, it seems the President of France only thinks about politics in terms of costs and benefits.
Are you licking your lips thinking how much of a profit you could possibly make from the suicide law?
I used to be a businessman, after all. The ideology held by me and Italy is clear. Accepting or rejecting this new law is not something the government decides.
Do you mean your stance would be to stay neutral then?
They'll have the right to do what they want. If it's a good thing, it'll spread, and if it's a bad thing, then it'll disappear. So if the suicide law brings benefits, then it's a good thing.
So then blind faith in liberalism?
Well, I think it gives better results than democracy. That's why the current laws in Germany are completely incomprehensible to me. I recall, suicide isn't illegal, but assisting suicide in the course of one's job is punishable in your country, correct? I mean, that is quite a double standard, no?
You're right, Cannavaro. It's been difficult for my country to develop clear policies regarding assisted suicide and the right to die.
So you're admitting it?
However, I will reach a conclusion here today. The Federal Republic of Germany recognizes the right to choose death.
Chancellor Herrigel.
Are you crazy?
If we reject the law here today, we will not be able to give it sufficient consideration. Germany will support it now, so we may defer our decision on the matter while investigating further.
How deplorable. Are you all really the leaders of entire countries that have citizens who look to you for guidance? Those with power have the responsibility to serve as role models for society.
Noblesse oblige. Obligations of nobles.
The people learn what is right by watching our actions and how we express our behavior outwardly to them. We must teach the people what's important, and more so what humankind must never forget.
And tell me, what is that?
Death is a thing to be mourned. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, the United Kingdom will never approve of the new suicide law. Even if it means we must break off the partnerships we have formed with the countries here today.
I see. Are you saying that the UK is going to go to war against the countries that have adopted suicide?
Stop it! Please stop it. Everyone calm down. We cannot afford to let the suicide law destroy the friendships we have built between all our great countries. Let us not speak of war.
I feel quite calm at the moment. You're the one who's getting hysterical over the word war, Prime Minister Fukuzawa. Why is that?
Are you feeling allergic to war again?
You know where this all started in the first place, right?
This started in Shiniki, a local government body resurrected in my country. The government of Japan feels great responsibility for the matter.
You're nothing but all words and no action.
Tell me then, does the government of Japan approve the suicide law? Or do they reject it?
The government of Japan says they cannot decide whether they think the law is right or wrong. Forgive me, but I assure you Japan promises to adhere to the decision made at this summit regarding the suicide law.
Ha! You're dumping the work on us!
Don't you have your own opinions you would like to share with us?
Yes, I do. I have but one condition, though.
What one condition?
My condition is for a unanimous agreement.
Huh?
My condition is that the decision reached at this summit should be a shared decision made by all participants. The suicide law must not become a cause for conflict in any way, shape, or form.
Ha! So that's how badly you hate war. You're just insane.
You're wrong. True madness comes from the mentality that leads us straight towards war.
We left you for the last one on purpose. You're done with all your thinking now, right?
Sorry. I'm not done yet.
Huh?
I'll explain my policy now. And so, the other day, my pastor was talking to me about the 10 Commandments, and it ended up being quite an interesting dialogue between the two of us. He said the 10 Commandments can really be condensed into two fundamental ideas of thou shalt love the Lord and thou shalt love thy neighbor. Now then, I want to talk to you all about something other than just the suicide law in order to find the answer regarding the suicide law.
What's this? What are you trying to say here?
Well, I think we should talk about something more simple or perhaps more fundamental, if you would.
In order to judge whether the law is right or wrong?
Right. I've been thinking about whether the suicide law is right or wrong for an embarrassingly long time, but I'm afraid I still don't have an answer. And then I realized something. No wonder I can't decide whether the suicide law is right or wrong. I don't even really know what constitutes good versus evil in the first place. In other words, the topic I want to discuss with you at this summit is the age-old question of what is good and evil.
Listen here, Alex. Are you making a fool of me? Or are you instead making a fool of yourself?
You want us to decide what is good and what is evil?
It's not always that easy to judge what's good versus what's evil.
That's okay, though. We're the leaders of our wonderful countries. In the near future, one which we cannot see yet, our world might one day consist of a single country. Before that day comes, we must find a universal standard, a standard which we can use to persuade everyone around the world. That's right. A standard for good and evil.
All right, let's talk.
Hey, Flora!
It's like this. If we can come to an understanding of good and evil, then this summit will prove to be much more valuable than it usually garners. When all we do is just agree we're concerned.
Well, all right then. If we are going to talk about a universal standard for what good and evil are, the borders between countries don't matter.
You are right. The question of good and evil is an issue that rivals that of suicide. The answer to that would have an enormous value in the market, after all.
This insanity has made it into all of you. Very well then, if I must. I'll teach you that there is no answer to what good and evil are.
First time for everything, huh? I never knew summits could be so much fun.
We've come to a unanimous agreement.
I think this could take a while. Good and evil are opposing concepts. It is going to be difficult for us to think about them simultaneously.
You believe so? Maybe that's what you're assuming. Maybe good and evil are really parallel.
The law is based specifically on good. There are no laws that are based on evil. So we should start with good when considering the law.
Well then, what is good? Do you have an idea?
In the dictionary, good is defined as anything that is considered morally correct.
Well, but then aren't morals considered a social norm?
Are you meaning that morals are created within a society?
If no one existed except for yourself, then neither would good or evil.
That is not actually true. Even if there were only one person in this world, good and evil would still clearly exist. For example, being pure, being virtuous.
Are you saying that the sense of pride in being human is good?
Flora, those are just manifestations of sociability. Good only for the purpose of showing God.
I guess you could say that. The foundations of our moral code are based on the feeling that God is always watching us and judging to see if we are acting good enough.
In Japan, we have a saying that says you will be punished by heaven.
And with that thought, is the concept of good something that exists only for humans in the first place?
If the manifestation of good and evil is due to group mentality, then good and evil might exist for animals that live in close-knit groups as well, like, say, elephants and monkeys.
Seriously? Do you actually believe that elephants are aware of evil, sin, and guilt? Maybe the burden of emotional weight is just what we outsiders are prone to give thought.
Right. I think that's it, Luca.
What?
In other words, good and evil are nothing more than what humans named them after the given fact.
Greetings. First, I want to express my gratitude for you being here today. As the newly honored mayor of Shiniki, I would like to warmly welcome all of you who've gathered here in Shiniki from around the world to contribute to the dialogue. We are here
So far, the opening seems to be quite normal. But we can't let down our guard at any point here. We have no idea what he's going to do nor when. We're flying blind.
Towards a brighter future where one has freedom over all things, including death. 2 months ago, a new law was put into place.
There are as many standards for good and evil as there are regions and races and differing cultures from around the world. Trying to search for good is equivalent to searching for something in common between all of them.
Yes, right. I want to think about why that characteristic came about. What's the common reason?
Right.
I think 3 reasons. The first is natural succession. The morals that were formed within the first community of humans continue to be passed down through generations as the human race spread.
Those morals would have changed as they were passed down, but commonality would remain. Characteristics would not differ.
The second reason is exchange and cultivation. Exchange between civilized societies resulted in the selection of better things.
And the things that survive this process are recognized as the best and adopted within regions. They turn into something in common.
The third reason is that humankind has always had a universal concept of morality in the first place.
The standard for good and evil is inherent within humans. This part is what forms that common characteristic we speak of.
That's nuts. Are you saying that babies know what good and evil are from the very moment they're born?
But do you not think that's possible from a biological standpoint? For example, most living cultures consider murder to be evil. This set of morals is aligned with a genetic tendency to feel aversion to killing a member of one's own species.
Then that would mean that we can all say that animal instinct, for instance, can also manifest as morality in much the same way.
It's not as simple as saying we're just like beasts that don't engage in cannibalism. Morality is so much more complex than just that.
A concept of good that is common around the world. So then, universally, I ask, what is a good deed?
Someone mentioned not that long ago that murder is widely considered to be evil. Then shouldn't the opposite concept, for instance helping people, be looked upon by everyone as good?
I see. It is easier to come up with a good deed when seeing evil. Say, for example, not telling a lie versus being honest.
Isn't being fair considered good too? Just like eliminating the gap between the rich and the poor can be considered as something good. Striving for fairness is also something that is universal.
But humans also have the needful desire to be among the winners as well. I myself do not consider self-interest to be evil.
The pursuit of individual happiness is certainly seen as good. We recognize this need as a basic human right allowed to everyone.
And you, Alex, do you have an opinion?
Well, I would say that the idea that good arises from sociability or the existence of the group is an interesting hypothesis. However,
that's wrong?
It's hard to explain, really. But I think that good is something that's more all-encompassing. Something that applies to the individual and to the group equally. While the individual's good and the group's good both exist, it also benefits both of them. I think that perhaps good is a convenient concept like that.
It would be convenient if something like that in fact actually existed.
I guess you might be right.
Everyone, have you heard of the trolley problem? You are standing right next to the lever meant for switching the tracks. A trolley with a broken brake is barreling down the track towards the switch point. If you don't do anything, 5 workers working on the track are going to die. But if you switch the lever, the 1 worker working on the other track is going to die in their place. The question is, should you pull the lever or not?
You would simply make the decision that would save the greater number of people.
So you're sure that the total number of people affect your decision of what is considered a good deed?
Then perhaps consider the survival lottery.
The survival lottery.
Imagine we have a fair lottery. We select 1 healthy individual. We kill that individual, extract their organs, and distribute their organs to 5 people in need of transplants. The 1 person will have died, while 5 people will have been saved. What about this act?
That's outrageous. That's murder.
The fact that you're choosing between the lives of 1 individual or 5 is the same as the trolley.
We feel that the death of 1 person is unavoidable when responding to an accident. But choosing 1 person with clear intent and killing them on purpose feels expressly sinful.
In other words, it seems that the intent and the method both affect our judgment of good and evil, not actually the number.
That's right. The trolley problem and the survival lottery are both talking about the same thing. They're both trying to let someone live. Living and letting someone live. In other words, if living is nearer to the foundation, then that means the feeling of aversion towards the suicide law is correct. In suicide, someone dies. We are in conflict between living and dying. I'm so close. Let's see. Does that mean that the thing we should be thinking about right now, the thing that's at the root of good and evil, is the meaning of life?
Hey, Alex!
What?
Mr. President.
Greetings to all the world leaders participating in the summit in Upper New York Bay. This is Kai Kaitsuki, the new mayor of Shiniki. I apologize for having to address you in such an arbitrary
Itsuki
manner.
called on us about 2 minutes ago.
Called on you?
Given the urgency,
He said he had something to say to the participants in this summit.
He's broadcasting over the general airwaves. Media around the world are streaming his speech.
today, as you might have all heard, the very first suicide summit was held here in Shiniki. We had a fruitful discussion about the law, but something even more important happened. Residents supporting the suicide law have gathered here at the venue for the summit, the new city hall. As you can see, over 100,000 people have gathered below in support. Of course, there are some among them who wish to commit suicide.
Is he planning to broadcast a group suicide?
This goes far beyond those 60 people 2 months ago.
One of these people who wants to commit suicide wishes to do it by jumping off of a building rather than by taking a drug. We've opened up the roof of City Hall to that person and are allowing that person to jump off the roof if they so wish. However, there is one problem.
One problem?
That person is unsure of whether they should choose to live or to die.
What kind of decision is
That's
that?
the only problem, and the biggest problem. People who want to die should be allowed to kill themselves. But if that person actually doesn't want to end their life, then they should not go through with it. They shouldn't commit suicide. She spoke with the counselor in Shiniki, but was still unable to make up her mind. She must be suspicious by now. She thinks the people of Shiniki are going to recommend she commit suicide. That's why it would be useless if I, the mayor of Shiniki, tried to talk to her. She's on the roof of City Hall right now as we speak, unable to choose whether she's going to live or if she's going to die. As the mayor of Shiniki, I would like to make an official request. I request that the great man, Alexander W. Wood, the President of the United States of America, talk to her. She's on the roof of City Hall right now as we speak, unable to choose whether she's going to live or if she's going to die. As mayor, I would like to make an official request to someone important. I request that the great man, Alexander W. Wood, the President of the United States of America, talk to her.
It can't be.
I ask the United States, the host country of the summit, who's still deferring its decision regarding suicide, to use this perfect opportunity to give us their answer in regards to what suicide is.
So that's what he was after. He wants to draw out the president in public, making him convince someone not to kill themselves.
But we cannot ignore him. If we tried to get out of talking to that girl who wants to commit suicide, then it would be as if the United States killed her directly, regardless of the truth.
Hey, that's a girl, isn't it?
Is there a chance that that's Magase?
I have no evidence. However, it's highly likely it is.
If she really is this Magase person, then would it be okay for me to talk to her?
It's not safe. As far as I can tell, everyone who winds up talking to her ends up being controlled by some sort of power. Although...
I see. I can't even talk to her in the first place. A Japanese interpreter would be talking to her directly. But would anyone do such a job?
I'll do it.
I would like to do it. I'm Samuel Hardy, with the FBI, sir. I'll interpret for you. I'm well acquainted with the Magase case, and I speak Japanese.
What?
I can't listen to you speak anymore. I didn't say anything because I was trying to be considerate, nothing personal. Start over from elementary school. Together with your son. And...
Are you really sure about this?
Yes, sir.
Then... let's begin.
Well, it appears that they have won. We could not find an escape.
They're using human lives to negotiate. They're nothing more than dangerous terrorists. Such acts will not be tolerated.
Regardless of what the truth is, she wants to commit suicide nonetheless.
I asked the media to refrain from broadcasting it, but it was useless. Apparently, Itsuki is continuing to broadcast the footage through all mediums.
We have no choice but to witness all of it. A world with this suicide law. After this dialogue, something about the future will have been decided.
I thought you hated the US president.
I hate him with a passion. Because he's such a first-rate idiot all the time. I cannot believe what a complete moron he is. Although, only a true idiot would be able to do something about this ridiculous situation.
Nice to meet you. I'm the President of the United States of America. My name is Alexander W. Wood. So, can you tell me your name? If you can't, you can use a pseudonym.
My name is Kanae Kuyo. It's my real name.
If you don't mind, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Oh. So then, why are you considering committing suicide so young?
It's not that I want to commit suicide, but I don't really want to live either. I don't know what to do.
Can you tell me about yourself?
I never really stood out much ever since I was a kid. I think I was just a normal child.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in high school, I went to a concert for a band I liked. I met a guy there. We became friends. I slept with him. He was in high school. We were the same age. We decided to date. He was my first boyfriend. But, after a while, I found out I was pregnant. I couldn't get a hold of him anymore after that. My parents told me I needed to get an abortion. But, I decided to give birth to my child. And then, I gave birth to a perfect little boy.
What's his name?
I named him Haru. Haru never gave me much trouble. He would drink a lot of formula. I thought, I wouldn't mind even if he were a bit harder to handle. I would have stupid thoughts like that.
And then?
One morning, Haru wasn't moving anymore. They call it sudden infant death syndrome. I was sad. I cried my heart out. I was depressed. But after I went through being sad for a while, it then just got quiet.
Oh, really?
Yes. It wasn't a strong feeling, like I wanted to die. It just got really quiet. Mr. President, what do you think I should do?
Do something, Alex. Fix this.
Hey, can I?
Yes?
What a coincidence this is. It seems that we've both been worrying about the same thing.
The same thing?
About what exactly is considered good. See, you said it just now, right? You said, what should I do?
Yes.
Well, I'm really sorry to tell you what I'm about to say. But I don't know that just yet. I just haven't found the answer.
You don't know?
No. That's why I can't go around telling you what I deem to be considered good when you need an answer. So I ask you, can you wait just a bit?
Wait?
Mm-hmm. I think I have almost come across the correct answer. So please, I want you to wait until then.
Are you saying it's something I should stay alive to keep thinking about?
That's not it. I just want you to wait until I find the answer. Then, if it turns out the answer to what is good means to die, then I think you should feel free to go ahead and die. Actually, when that time comes, I'll die with you too.
I told you, that man is a complete and utter idiot.
Is it okay if I die?
If you know that's without a doubt what is good, then why not?
Mr. President, can you tell me the answer right away, once you find it?
Of course, I promise you that.
Then, I'll wait to hear from you. Mr. President, thank you.
You did it! Mr. President!
That was incredible!
I can't believe that happened. I'm glad she's safe.
I'm so happy! I'm so very happy!
Thank goodness we got through to her.
No.
The G7 Summit and that girl are both looking for the same elusive, life-defining answer. I felt that in the grand scheme of things, it was good to have her wait. Was it because it increased the amount of time she has until she dies? Is it better if that amount of time is longer? All organisms go through a process of selection, ensuring the survival of the species under the laws of natural selection and survival of the fittest. Those that disappear will disappear, and those that remain for a long time. It's only natural. Remain? Long? I feel like there's a word that represents that. That's right. He said it.
Justice. It means continuing to think about what is right.
Continue? I see. That's right. Having organisms live, having things continue to exist, it doesn't matter what it is. As long as it continues, then that's good. Good means continuing. That's what it means. We had given the name good to the concept of continuing. I have to tell her. Hardy, one more time.
Mr. President?
Hardy?
Good job finding the answer.
Huh? Mr. President?
Maybe he's going back to the assembly.
It looks like the summit has resumed.
Mr. President!
Huh?
Mr. President!
That you, Zen?
Where's the president?
He just left, heading for the assembly hall.
All the interpreters! They're all dead!
Huh?
It's Magase!
Get the president, hurry!
Notice to all security. I need you to capture the president immediately.
The use of any means of wireless communication is forbidden. Anyone who doesn't obey is going to end up dead.
What are you doing?
Has anyone seen the president?
Any info? The wireless link is down! We can't communicate!
Continue to search for him by sight!
Hey, Mr. Sasaki. Do you play games?
Hurry up and find me the president!
If what Sasaki says is true, then we have to prepare ourselves for the worst possible outcome.
I've been called. Adam and Eve were seduced by an incarnation of Satan in the form of a serpent. They ate the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, and then humankind found out what evil was. No matter what anyone tells you, just don't eat the fruit. That is probably what would be best for everyone. But I'm going to eat it. Why? Because the fruit looks really delicious.
What do you mean Alice just disappeared?
No way. Communication links are down. We don't know what's going on outside. No one leaves this spot until we are sure that it is safe.
What's going on in there?
Oh my god. Evil. Evil is...
This country should we accept that others who have different values is more bad? Do you play games? Even if no one understands. Even if no one helps. I'm evil. Who's wrong? I'm sure you'll understand doesn't exist.
Mr. President!
Sen.
Mr. President!
Look, sir.
We're flying high above the venue of the summit, and there looks to be a man standing on the edge of the roof. Wow, that's dangerous. He could fall any minute. Wait a sec. That man is the President of the United States, Alexander W. Wood. Earlier, the President stopped a Japanese woman from committing suicide. For some reason, he's standing on the edge of the roof. I don't understand what's going on.
Then, if it turns out the answer to what is good means to die, then I think you should feel free to go ahead and die.
This is terrible. Stop! Stop recording!
We're in the air above the venue. There's another person up on the roof. It looks like he has a gun. He's in a black suit. It looks like an Asian man. He has a gun. Zen? He's heading towards the President.
Mr. President.
Zen.
Mr. President!
Sorry. I think I'm done. I'm about to snap right now. Like the moment before a balloon bursts. Or the moment before a piece of popcorn pops. That's how I feel.
If you cross it, it's going to overflow. It's the last wall.
I can't last any longer.
Mr. President!
Listen to me! Zen, I understand now. I finally just started to understand what good and evil are. What good really means. And what evil really means. It looks like we both came to the same answer. I promised that before all this happened, that once I found out what good is, I would tell Kanae my answer immediately. But at this rate, I'd be telling her a lie. I'd be doing something that wasn't good. I'd be teaching something bad to Kanae. And also to the whole world.
It's fine. The authorities told me it would be okay.
That would be wrong of me. Sorry, Zen. As for the gun I'm giving you, I just want you to use it to do the right thing. Zen, I'm really sorry. Please. Zen, you're a good person.
The President of the United States, Alex Wood, has been shot dead.
Alex! Ah!
What's wrong, Mom?
Mr. Sazaki? You're so very bad.
I Magase!
My name? You sure?
Mr. Sazaki? What's the meaning of good?
The meaning of good is to continue.
Sazaki, what is the meaning of evil?
Evil is to end it.
Well, I'm sorry, but...
Here!
Good boy.